Peace, assalamu alaikum, shalom, hotep, namaste, jumbo, ashe, dwanter, all the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light. I am NapahShadah. I am working late as usual, but I did want to maybe hopefully play this whole build on polygyny. I am a polyamorous poly relationship expert. I know people forget about that because I don't talk about it as much as I used to for whatever reason. I won't go into that, but I do want to make sure that I let people know I am 100% still an advocate for polygyny. And now I've even, how can I say, broadened my views as far as polyamorous relationships across the board. I just like to educate people on what what to expect, the best way to go about it. Because see, the reason one of the reasons I advocate for polygyny is because it keeps people honest for the most part in relationships. It keeps men honest. It boosts a man's testosterone level. It also makes a man much more responsible in relationships than he would be in a monogamous relationship. So yeah, there are a lot of things. Peace to you, Dana Talbosco. And oh, it's early. I'm on the West Coast, for whom the bell tolls. So I could go into a lot of teaching about it. I see people doing panels on it. There are a lot of ignorant people out there who say ignorant things. They make ignorant statements, and that's not a diss on the people. When I say ignorant, I mean, like, for instance, if you hear someone say, "Oh, well, women who do polygyny with a man, they have more their hygiene isn't good as far as their feminine hygiene." That's what I mean by ignorant. Or, oh, if he passes away, she's left with nothing, which is not true if you go about it correctly. But it is true if you do not go about it correctly. So when I say ignorant, I'm not bashing. I'm saying we have to inform ourselves. So yes, for both of those topics, that can happen with any relationship, monogamous relationships. If you do not get all the legal stuff straightened out, then if you lose your partner, most high forbid, it'll be, pretty disastrous if the family of that person doesn't really know you or cooperate with you. So again, I'm trying to be super sensitive, but there is a lot of ignorance, and that could be the most intelligent person in the world as far as IQ, but you could be ignorant about something that you're not familiar with, right? I'm ignorant about Sanskrit. I'm very ignorant about several topics that I never have been informed about. So I just want to do that disclaimer and clear that up. There's a lot of ignorance and a lot of ignorant things being said about polygyny. So let's get, I don't want this to be too dry and formal, especially the best part is just talking with others. I love panels that you can really talk to people with, especially if they have that ignorance about the particular relationship thing, or even if they're not ignorant, if they're in polygyny and they do it a certain way that I don't advocate for, because I do advocate in polygyny truthfulness, transparency with the man being truthful and honest with his wife or his wives, and the man being a very good husband, where the desires, the the desires and the sentiment of his wife or wives is paramount to him. I do believe that men innately, meaning biologically, are wired to be polygynist in ISTS. Oh, one second. If you're out there, I don't know if you can, let me say. Mel, if you are watching, can you go into the chat so I can give you a wrench? Because I couldn't see you before. I'll try to look again and see if you're in my chat, but I wanted to give you a wrench. So this is for Mel, if you're listening. I'm going to type it in the chat too. Are you watching? Okay, so anyway, I'm going to play back a build that I did on my very, very dear friend, the late Esoteric Thoughts. I did on his channel. It got a little heated. There were some women on there saying some things. One of my pet peeves, and something I love to clear up when I'm doing talks or lectures or lessons on polygyny. One thing I like to clear up with my sisters, with women, is do not ever enter polygyny with the Peace West Adams, with the misunderstanding that your husband is doing it for you first. Okay. I like to make sure I say that. If a man, even if he's doing it intentionally or unintentionally, if a man tells his wife, I'm doing polygyny for you, you need help with the chores, you need help with the children, it would be great to build our finances up. All of those are true, but that's not why a man wants to do polygyny. Okay. Let me ask, I see some men in the chat. I think they're men. I don't know. That's why. I think that you are male. Born Rich Club, salute Napah. Will we be able to ask questions? I'm not going to, I was thinking I'm not going to really be on too much, but if I am on, yes. I was going to just let the video play. Let me ask you, I'll start with you. Why do you think a man wants to do polygyny? What's the one main reason, if the only reason at all? Why? And try to keep it PG. Are you? Oh, no, I'm not. Huh. And I'm allowed to be around children. I've never had any problem with children. I love children. I'm a supporter of children, advocate against child abuse, always have been, and I love babies. I'm actually, part of my profession is I'm a doula and a midwife. And I also am a family behavioral specialist and counselor. So anybody on the internet saying otherwise is mentally ill, slanderous, criminal. And so, yeah, I just want to clear that up. No, I'm not. So why do you think men, I'm asking questions now, why do you think a man would want to have multiple wives? What reason would he want to have multiple wives? I'm going to let you put your comments. I'll be right back. It won't be long, just a minute or two. So, did anyone come and say anything? Anybody at all? No? Nobody? Huh. That's weird. Nobody has an answer for me. Why do you think men want to do polygyny? Nobody? Wow. Well, I'll tell you. A man wants to do polygyny not because he needs to get more money, not because he needs his wife to have a nap. Men do it because they want to be with more than one woman. It's okay. Uh, oh, peace to everybody. So, yeah, he wants to be for whom the bell tolls peace. I'm saying PC because it's okay. So let me play this video. All right. And I want y'all to listen to it and really just look at it and say, you're going to hear the different women. If you make comments, I'm actually multitasking, but I definitely want to get the ball rolling. It's a good topic. And I saw some people did some not just one person. I saw approximately 3 videos and a short about polygyny lately. I know the topic comes up, and also I have a friend who I talk to. She's a wonderful woman, and I'm going to let you know something. She was so opposed to polygyny. She's not on the internet. So your wheels don't start turning. She has nothing to, well, she's not on the internet doing YouTube and this stuff. She's a professional, but she doesn't do anything on YouTube. And she was very much against polygyny, but she, has had some life experiences, and she's like, not that I'm saying I'm for it, but I'm not as starkly opposed to it as I was once before. So the reason why is because she became more informed, and it's tough, by the way. I'm not saying polygyny is a walk in the park. So I'm not going to look at, I can't think straight. I'm sorry. I can do it, but my train of thought gets taken away when I look in the chat. So I'm not going to look at the chat. So, so peace and love, but I can't look at the chat. So what I was saying, okay. Polygyny seems, I'm going to use, underlining that word, seems easier than monogamy. And the reason is you have still so many complications of the relationship. They're like amplified in polygyny when it's monogamy. There still is, in monogamy, there's still possible jealousy. Just because a man doesn't say a woman is in his relationship, and if he's saying he's monogamous, I want you to hear me out. Just because a man says, I'm monogamous, it's just you, doesn't mean his heart and his desires for other women, and quite often his time, isn't spent with women that he otherwise, if he was practicing polygyny, would marry. No, it's not always sexual. And I know you think I'm contradicting myself because I said, why do you think a man wants to? When I say he wants more than one woman, I'm not saying just sexual, but sex is a part of it. And sex is the part that's blaringly in your face as a woman, if your man is considering polygyny, right? But for me, I know if it was just sex, that'd be easy. It's when his heart and his mind get involved with that woman along with sexual relationship, then you have yourself a complex relationship. And quite often you, as a woman, you don't have that power to say, to shame a man into you're a cheater or how could you, because once you do that, you remove that trump card or that ace in your hand. And you can't, when you see him loving a woman, or I should say favoring a woman more than you can't say, how dare you favor her, when you say you accept polygyny. See, women, that's something that is valuable to a woman in a relationship. I'm not shaming women for that. I'm just laying it out, okay? You have to find other things that become valuable. Other things. You can replace that power, that superpower, with, okay, since you treat her better than me, since you favor her more than me, and yet this has to be sincere. You can't punish him. But if he's sincerely if he's sincerely spending more time with another woman than you, even though you're pleasant, I'm going to say it again. If you are pleasant, if you are somebody that he says, I don't have a problem with you, babe, you're great, I love you, and you notice that he's favoring someone else over you, first you have to find out. You can't always ask a man directly because he'll always clam up, defensive, whether he knows you accept polygyny or not. You can't say, why do you like her more than me? Boom, he's going to shut down and it's going to be you. So you have to do little things like, find little clever ways to really find out why he favors your sister wife more. Once you find that out and you are okay, it's not something that you would be compromising yourself, like she puts bell peppers in the spaghetti sauce and you don't. Oh, I can bend on that, right? Not, well, she's 5'6" and you're 5'4". I don't like anything under 5'6". That you can't go around all day walking in high heel shoes. You get what I'm saying? So there are certain things, if it's something that is just her and you can never be that, then you don't want to step outside of yourself and stop loving your soul child. But if there are things like, well, she sings me to sleep at night. Guess who's going to be singing him to sleep also? You, right? See, some women, and I hope not all, but some women say, I'm not doing all that. See, then you really don't belong in a relationship at all. And that goes for men too. If you're a man and you don't want to do things that you maybe regularly wouldn't do by yourself, or maybe other women who you like or aren't, they don't mind if you don't do it. But if there's a woman who you love or a man who you love, and there's something that they like that you don't normally do, and it's not going to compromise your soul child, yourself, then you should do it. That's what relationships are about. Okay. So I digress. I really went way off. But what I'm saying with a woman, if you see that you've done everything you can and he favors another woman more than you, he's not malicious, he's not harmful, he's not mean, but you just can tell, then you would have to, remember I put all that other stuff out there. You would have to really resign to, okay, he likes her, he's favoring her at this moment. And so as a woman, what I'm going to do, I deserve every, if you're a woman, you say, I deserve as much love as anybody else. You don't have to sit there and go, well, I guess I'll just always not get any love. You're going to have to show him, well, since I tried everything, you don't have to say this. You just got to kind of pull back. And by the way, you do that in monogamous relationships. Ask people who've been married for over a decade. When you see that you're in, and men know this more than women, I bet. Oh, yeah, brothers know this, but I'm speaking to the women. If you see that you're really all into a person and that person just isn't really paying you any time, you're going to have to redirect those feelings to yourself, to your possible children, friends, family. And then guess what? Guess what men do when they see that? They're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm not saying neglect your husband, but he will start to gravitate to you. Men like to chase. That's something that's innate. So I was saying all of that because that's something in polygyny that you learn to do. And you learn to do it as children in a family with parents when you're vying for attention from parents, but you do it in a healthy way. So I'm just doing this video in general, but I do have clients, and I have had clients, especially when I was very prevalent in the Hebrew Israelite online community, who I would specifically counsel this kind of stuff. I'm going to be honest. I just started doing it again as far as picking up helping people with their relationships. So I haven't, it's been a minute since I've worked in it. However, I'm always going to be a polyamorous or polydynamic relationship counselor. That doesn't, and by the way, people are like, oh, well, your relationship, this and that. My relationship is great. People are people. Things happen. That's why people get counseled. And people, anybody who's a therapist knows what I'm saying knows what I'm talking about when I say this, or anybody who has a therapist in their family. Just because you're a therapist doesn't mean that you're shining and perfect, that you have diamonds and gold falling off of you. You always score 100% in every way, in everything in life. So I just want to throw that out there. Now, without further ado, I'll look at the chat real quick. I don't think my messages are being seen. Yeah, they are. I see messages. And I appreciate you. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, let me play this video. Now this is, I think last year. Oh God, I can't believe my friend passed away, Lord, in February. I want to cry, but I won't. Oh God, one of a kind. But I'm happy that I'm friends with his wife now. We are very much closer, and I'm friends with his whole family, meaning friends as far as I feel I really love them. We're not bosom buddies. I'm talking about the family, but I have gotten closer with them. So the reason I thought that is because it's just last year, and he passed away in February. I really miss him. I really, really miss my friend. Let me screen share this, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you can hear it okay. I'm going to share it. Please go. Why is it on here twice? Oh, my bad. All right, I want you to let me know if you can hear it. And this is a woman panel. I think men joined it too, but these are predominantly British ladies. There's one woman I was supposed to moderate it. She's leading the group, and she gets into it with me because she doesn't really know a lot about polygyny. And a lot of people who don't know about polygyny discuss it, and that's great. But what isn't great is when you don't know what you're talking about and you have someone who does know, you challenge that person. And a lot of people do that. So you'll see the woman leading the panel, she doesn't like when I come in and say stuff that makes sense, because she's trying to lead the people who don't know about polygyny. She's telling them, well, your husband will need another wife because he needs a babysitter, or it helps with your finances. That is a horrible way to go into polygyny, ladies. Don't do it. You'll be very disappointed. You will have problems in your relationship. Your husband will feel like, I thought you understood, but then you'll look at him and think he misled you. You'll feel like you got set up. A lot of women feel that way. Does that mean that the husband is a villain? Of course not. Does that mean that the woman is stupid and you dummy, you let a woman in your relationship thinking you're going to have an extra nanny, and now look at, he's up in the room with her. All that stuff about him being in the room with her in the house. I mean, for me, now I'm talking about me. I'm sure I don't want to listen to them, but I would rather live in a home with a man sleeping with my sister wife than have him out in the streets. And people say, well, why do you have to choose? Why can't he just be monogamous? There are a lot of people out there with in monogamous relationships where the husband does not cheat. So-called the husband isn't practicing infidelity. However, if we're going to be honest, and if you want to do marriages that are, there is no term contract, because I also do have clients and I do discuss term contract marriages. So what is that? Marriage that doesn't isn't set to last forever. We traditionally want our marriages to last forever. There are even animals in the wild who mate forever. However, there's very high divorce rates. People feel trapped often. So if you do term contract marriages, I don't want to seem like I'm promoting it, but I'm saying there are term contract marriages. Like, okay, we're doing 10 years. If after the 10 years we still want to be together, we'll do another 10-year contract, or we'll say we're not going to do, we'll renew our vows with no term, just forever. So why was I saying that? Well, if you go into a marriage and you think that it's because your husband wants another nanny, I mean, if you take on a sister wife, if you think your husband wants a nanny and he wants extra income, then you're doing yourself a great disservice and you're setting yourself up for a lot of heartache. I was saying the thing about them in the house. But anyway, there's so much to discuss. So let me just go ahead and share the video and we'll talk more later. Okay? Hold me to that, okay? I'm doing a lot over here. But here it is. Thank you for being up late, guys and gals, men and women, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. All righty, let me share this and play it. Can you guys hear it?
Firstly, I'd like to say welcome to everyone on behalf of Esoteric Thoughts, a YouTube channel that is bringing information relating to spirituality to the public. And today's topic is about polygamy. So, as I said, you don't have to have your cameras on, but this is a discussion. So we do wish people to participate. So firstly, I will start with the definition, the dictionary definition of polygamy. So it's the state or practice of having more than one wife or female mate at one time. Some people have the misconception about polygamy, thinking that it's all about the man and it's all about sex. But polygamy has been something that's been tradition through many different communities across the world. So this channel is highlighting this topic. It's going to be one of many different discussions on spirituality and theology.
Oh, I was going to say, what the heck is going on with all those empty spaces? Okay, there I am. And the other ladies are coming in. Okay, sorry about that.
So as I said, welcome again on behalf of Esoteric Thoughts. And my name is Cashapp. If anyone wants to introduce themselves, you're quite welcome to do so.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name's Sarah, and I've basically joined the forum tonight just to get some information and some knowledge. I must admit, I don't really know much about polygamy. I know that it's about a gentleman being able to have more than one wife. But apart from that, I don't know much else. I don't know anybody who engages in it or is involved in it. So for me, I'm very curious. So, it's just questions and knowledge for me, basically. Everybody can do as they please. We're all free-willed. We have our opinions and all the rest of it. So I'm not here to, to judge or anything like that. It's just, I'm interested. I want to know what it's about, basically.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Thanks, and
men, well, there's a few people on the call who I've spoken to in the past, actually, and I'm curious and open about polygamy. I as Kasati had mentioned, I don't think that it's necessarily an easy thing for one person, well, two individuals to be together for an entire kind of expanse of time, with only those two providing all of their needs that they need, like whether it be relations, physical relations, or whether it's going to be just relating to another person.
If you listen to what she's speaking about right now, that's what I was saying about term contract marriage. You heard her say she doesn't believe that people can stay together basically for an indefinite expanse of time and just be able to meet each other's needs. So someone like her, a term contract marriage appeals to her, and she would, if she continues to see herself feeling that way after educating herself about marriage and relationship, and then she meets someone who also aligns with that, they could get a term contract marriage, which is legal. Because you see, and you know what it does, family? It actually makes certain people feel like, I don't want to lock myself in, especially men. Men are really, really something about men. They just are like, oh no, I don't know. Forever is a long time. So, but as a woman, if you want to stay with the man forever, don't just say, well, let's just do a term contract marriage, because then you're letting yourself down. Because once the 10 years or 15 years hit, or 20 or 5, whatever you say, you think, I can make him love me in these 5 years. And if he doesn't want to re-up the contract, you're going to be really hurt. And you wasted your 5 years. You wasted your 10 years. So if you're someone who just doesn't want to do that, don't ever do it. However, I just stopped the video just so you could see she's an example of someone who would be an advocate or a great candidate for term contract marriage. Anyway, let me start it over. Yes, there are definitely. It's just different cultures, different communities. Women across the board. I mean, when I say that I'm an advocate for polygyny, I'm an advocate for it because I want it to be done correctly. I'm not sitting around. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody, because there are over 7 billion people in the world. But typically, women aren't like, wow, I really want my man to go love on somebody else and like all those wonderful things he does to me. I really want him to do that to her. I'm talking about conventional mainstream people. I'm not talking about swingers and, voyeurs. I'm talking about women who are typically in the general population in society. So no woman is really wanting that as far as their relationship goes. However, it appeals to several women like myself and others if it's done the way each individual person, woman, if it's done the way she thinks it'll work. So people say you're confusing. No, if a man wants to do polygyny and you see the man as a polygynist, and this is for women out there who don't get it also, if you are a monogamous woman who wants to be a side woman, a mistress, don't assume, well, he likes multiple women, so I can get in here. Because what you're doing is you're defeating the foundation, or you're making it dysfunctional. Okay, if you have no intentions of being in the marriage because you're monogamous, don't approach a man who is polygynist. And women, I mean, I know, this is a very complicated topic, but I hope you're following me. I'm losing it a little bit myself because I'm trying to read something, but okay. So if you are a woman and you meet a man who does polygyny the way you can work with it, And that has to have a foundation of open and honest transparency. So stay with me. Polygyny, there is no gray area when you say the definition. It is one man with multiple wives, with more than one. That's polygyny. You should equate that to one man, multiple wives, no lies, no secret side women, none of that. That's where you should start with your foundation. Can polygyny be technically defined as a man just having side women and sneaking around? Yeah, but that's dysfunctional polygyny that we're doing right now in society. I'm talking about functional, beneficial to the community polygyny. We already have polygyny. We have polyamory all over. We have polygyny all over, but I'm not talking about that because it destroys families. It just destroys lives. It destroys a lot. So you have to start with the foundation of transparency and honesty. Then with that, you also, with each partner, have to be open. That's the transparency part. Communicate well. Listening is a part of communicating. When we say the word communicate, I think some people just think, I tell everything that I need to say. You have to also receive and listen and be empathic and, compassionate in the listening and the communication. So a man has to listen to his wife, who has already said, okay, I'll do polygyny as long as you're transparent and you're honest. You have to be compassionate with your wife. You have to look from her perspective, which is a part of being empathic, to have empathy. And you have to make sure that she will not be miserable in the marriage. Why is that? Because trust me, what's the saying? Misery enjoys company. So don't think you're getting over on her by saying, well, we just need somebody to walk the dog, baby. I know you tired of walking the dog. No, don't do that. Don't intentionally do that. Don't even unintentionally. Be smart as a man. I want a woman. I want another woman. I find myself wanting to be with other women. So I figured I want to be a good husband. I want somebody that I can bring into our lives and that you will love. I'm going to say this 3 times. A woman who you will love. I'll say it again. A woman who you will love and she will love you back. Not homosexual love, everybody. Get your minds up here. Sister love. And that is very difficult because sisterhood is struggling when it comes to loyalty and honesty because a lot of women think they could get over on everybody. Even when they're sweet. I'm not just talking about the devious, evil ones. Even, just like children. You know how children think? Hey, let me put it out here. You know the children who go over grandma's? Mom, when they're at home with mom and dad are sharp. Hey, I hear you in that kitchen. Get out of there. Dad can hurry up and run up the stairs and see what you're doing. But at grandmas and grandpas, they're not getting up these stairs before I put this back in here, this cookie jar. I'll be out of the kitchen by, see? So you underestimate grandma and grandpa, right? Right? Women do that a lot in relationships. I don't mean underestimate. Well, maybe they're right. They get over in grandma and grandpa all the time. So a lot of times women, and I'm not dissing women, I'm telling you my professional experience and what I've seen with people and observing people and talking to them. Women think, my husband, I bought that extra bag for $800. I told him, but what I did, I called him up and I told him, baby, I want to buy this bag, but I'm getting a discount on it. And he said, okay, you sure? I trust you. Make sure you don't spend too much. Okay, baby, I'm getting a great discount on it though. Okay. And then he hangs up and thinks, wow, my wife really cares about the money. But she didn't tell him that the discount was, 20% off $1,000. So that's the way women, and I think it's brilliant. I love it. I admit it as a woman, the wise as a serpent, So that's just an example. So what I'm saying is, make sure that it's a woman who will love your wife, will be your wife's confidant, her friend, and you both and love you together. I'm getting a little choked up because I do have somebody like that in my life. And it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling to be able to have that as a woman with another woman. And then you both will be able to, if you can sit, and a lot of women are like this, whether they admit it or not. It's just that they don't want to be hurt. But a lot of women are like, I love my friend. I trust her with my man. I know she'll never do anything. See, y'all thought I meant like giving her man up. No, but a lot of women. I heard a sister just the other day in a chat. Well, she was on a panel. She's talking to another woman. She's like, I trust I trust my friends around my man, even in their little booty shorts, everything. See, so you can translate that into a marriage. Okay, I'm not saying women are gun-ho to have their man sleep with their friend, but you can get to a point where I love her, I trust her. So if you love her and trust her, you know that if she does come in the marriage and then she does sleep with your husband and it becomes her husband, you know she's not doing it to take him away from you. You know she's not trying to, today I'm doing the chandelier, I'm doing the backflips, acrobatic moves. I'm gonna show him that I'm the best. I'm gonna edge her wheelchair missionary style Sally out of here, So I'm not trying to be funny, but because she's gonna know all about you. You're gonna know about things about her. So it's tough to find somebody like that, but it's possible. It's possible for you to be a woman where you say, yeah, go on. Just like I know a lot of you don't subscribe to the Bible. I'm not looking in the chat, but we have stories with Rachel and God, I can't believe I forgot her name. I'm blacking out. That's crazy. How did I forget Rachel? Oh, well, basically they gave their handmaidens, right? And they said, that's how loyal their handmaidens were. Like, go have a baby for me. Go mate with my husband. I know that you're my handmaiden. People could say, well, that was their slave, but I'm not saying it like that. You could be like, I love you. You're my sister. We love him together. But it's important. So it's important for you, if you do have a man who you've set the foundation of truth and transparency, communication, respect, then he's going to say, if it's a woman who he sees doing things, it has to be key where he sees it. It has to be, he sees it. Are you ready? If he sees he's vetting a woman or courting a woman and she's just, he can see she doesn't really care as much for his wife. I don't care how wonderful he thinks she is. If he's like, you know what, I got to get back. I told my wife I'm going to take her and the children to the movies and today's their day. You know that, right? And she's like, oh, I wanted you to see this thing I got for you. Red flag. And you as a man have the responsibility to, I don't care how much if you think you can fix it, try to fix it by telling her, you're not doing this. I love you. You're great. If I lose you, then I lose you. But I'm going to put my foot down. This woman over here is my wife. And I want you to be a wife like her. Would you like for me, once you become the wife, if I look for another wife, to just say, okay, blow you off for somebody new, for the NP? You know what the P is, right? And then she'll say, you know what, you're right. Oh, thank you for teaching me this. I'm not really used to poly. Then she's still in there as a candidate, right? She's still a contestant, right? But if she says, you know what, I come first, and if you can't do that for me, then you don't love me. She got to go. So I'm saying a lot, but I'm giving you scenarios. You need to have You need to be open and transparent. You need to communicate. I don't say if you bring a new woman and a woman doesn't like her, get rid of her. I don't say that because I'm being realistic, because a lot of women will be insecure right away. Even if they are doing poly, they won't say no, get rid of her, but they'll not like the woman, maybe because she's younger, maybe she's smarter, maybe she's sweeter, maybe she's more submissive, and they will resent her instead of trying to, if it's something like sweeter, trying to be sweeter. Or, if it's more obedient, they'll try to be more obedient. So there is a lot of male power in polygyny. There is a lot of advantages that otherwise men would not have in polygyny, in a polygynist marriage. Does that mean that you have to be a doormat? Hell no. Does that mean that, see, again, women are smart. If a new woman comes in and she puts on her best mask, and she knows, okay, got this NP working, I love this family, I love the other women, but I'm gonna pretend that I've never ever raised my voice to a man in a relationship. She can hold that down for about a good, I'm gonna say 3 months. And then those first 3 months, the women who are there already, maybe the other woman has had an argument with her husband, raised her voice. The new one's going to work that. Oh, I love her so much, but how could she raise her voice to a king like you? Because he's doing everything great for it's the honeymoon phase, right? So there's so much that's going on here. Again, I don't want to make it like these people are all evil, like these scenarios. This happens to the best of us. But then you have to sit down and realistically say, okay, no, as a woman in polygyny, you have to always think like this. If you're new in a relationship, if you're wife number 2 or wife number 3, if he's a multimillionaire and he's just a boss, maybe wife number 4. But if you're wife number 2, number 3, you should always think, how do I want to be treated if someone's coming in after me? How? You get what I'm saying? You don't come in and do things that you wouldn't want done to you. You don't come in and let the man who is madly in love with you and blind, because that NP is powerful, you don't let him do something to the woman before you that you wouldn't want done to you. Scenario. Like if he says, baby, it's Christmas time. Calm down if you don't celebrate Christmas. This is a scenario. Baby, it's Christmas time. I got my other wife a beautiful fur coat, and then he sees your face. But baby, guess what? I got you a brand new Mercedes. You know what I mean? Like, if you're the new wife and you get that, you're like, hell yeah, that's great at first. But then you say, no, babe, don't get, I mean this because I have done this and and I've been blessed for it. And my husband has expressed to me, like, I like that you did that. That makes a man love you more and respect you more when you do something like this. No, don't give me a Mercedes because that's not right. That's not right that she's been married to you for 10 years and then I've only been married to you for 1 year and you get me a Mercedes and her a fur coat. Oh, she loves fur though. Even you got to argue it down. You got to advocate for her. You can't just sit back and go, it's not my fault. No. You would want somebody to do that for you, right? You understand? And I know it's hard, but and sometimes later on you might kick yourself in the butt because she might not advocate for you. But that's the complication of relationships, because then you can go and say to him, you remember when I didn't take that Mercedes and you wanted to get her a not funky old fur coat? Well, now you're telling me that you're taking her to Greece and I'm getting ready to go to Disneyland with you. And she didn't even say, you know, that Napah loves Greece. And then if he's a good judge, he'll sit back and go, you know what? You're right, babe. I'm taking you all to Greece. That is awesome. Or he'll say, you know what? You're right, babe. I'm not going to go to Greece with her. I'll just go ahead and go to Disneyland and take both, you know, we'll both go to Disney, whatever. So you got to just be careful. Now, if it's a woman who doesn't deserve to get more, I'm talking about in the equality of the relationship. I'm not talking about new now. You've been there, she's been there. She has never cared about going anywhere with you. You've begged her to go places. Please, let's go. Oh my gosh, please. Will you let me dragging her down to the embassy? Please get your passport, whatever. But then your other wife says, oh babe, you know I love traveling. I really want to go to Yugoslavia. And you say, okay. I'll take you there. I'll arrange it. Make sure I go to the other wives, give them, do whatever that's what you got to do. Take them, do whatever they want to do. Oh, you want to go here? Okay. Then after you take care of those wives, you say, I'm going to take Jennifer to Yugoslavia. They cannot complain about it. The one who hates traveling, if she opens her mouth and says, I want to go to Yugoslavia, then he could look at her as a good judge and a good husband and say, he doesn't have to rip her head off. Baby, you never want to go anywhere. And you made that clear. But if you feel like going to Yugoslavia, I will watch this. I will talk to Jennifer and see if she's okay. I'm going to let her have the decision. You're going to let her choose? I thought you were the ruler. No, babe. I have to be fair. You would want me to do the same thing. So he goes to Jennifer. Hey, she wants to go to Yugoslavia with us. Jennifer has power. Now, if Jennifer's a good wife and the woman gets along with her and the woman isn't a party pooper, she's saying, that's fine. She can go. Yeah. Are we still going to be able to do the things that we said we were going to do, though? Let her know that. Okay, I'll go back to her and I'll ask her, baby, you know that Jennifer and I have already rented the honeymoon suite, but you know, I might have to just get you and me like a room where I come into your room sometimes if it's okay with Jennifer at night. Are you saying I gotta make love to me? See the troublemaker? See, she's the problem, but you can't be like, you can't just say, you know what? It's easier. Jennifer's more understanding. And this happens a lot. Hear this part, take notes. When you have polygyny and you have the wife who's always trying to be peaceful, always trying to make everybody feel okay, the husband will tend, because she's more reasonable, will tend to like, and this happens with parents and children. Come on, just, let her have it. You understand? And the first couple times you can do that. I don't recommend it. But the first couple times, but the third time, be like, you know what, babe, I always let her have her way. I'm not doing it. He, as a good husband, should say, you know what, you're absolutely right. I'm just going to have to let her know if she comes with us to Yugoslavia, she's going to be in the, on the other end in her own room. It's going to be nice, but I'm going to be sleeping with you at night. So if the woman isn't completely difficult, the one who doesn't like to travel, you go back to her and say, baby, no, this is how it's going to be. She'll say, you know what? I don't even want to go anyway. So that's a lot. I'm not even looking at the chat, but I'm giving you like scenarios on how it works in polygyny. And yes, there's a lot of, there's competition in monogamy. Competition where? Your husband has a coworker that he spends time with. Your husband spends a lot of time with his sister. It doesn't have to be always sexual. You know what I mean? He spends a lot of time with his friends. You competing for time in relationships. Why? Because you really want to be with that person all the time. You want to be with them everywhere. You should. You want to be with that person all the time. You wish y'all could just do a whole John Lennon, Yoko Ono thing and just stay in bed all day. Just order in and, you know what I mean? Bedpan on the side of the bed. I'm just kidding. But so, yeah, I said a lot. Let me see. Salutations, ladies. I'm definitely for whatever works for you, but I'm not looking to be a second wife. I'll be the only one. You can do what you know. Yeah, and you know what? I absolutely respect you. You know, it's beautiful. This isn't when I talk about polygyny, I used to when I was when I was fresher in I should say in when I was a novice in teaching about it, I really pushed it toward in the forefront, I'd say, to women, you don't know what you're missing out on. But as I became as a professional and as a spokesperson, so to speak, as an advocate, I became much more compassionate, and I am much more compassionate with people who want to do monogamy, because believe me, if it works for you, it has to be for you. You can never do something that you don't want to do. So I definitely respect you as well. But let me say this though. When you say I'm definitely for whatever works for you, right there, that first part of your statement is amazingly beautiful. Would you believe that most people who don't want to be in a polygynous marriage, they bash people who do polygyny? A lot of women, and I want to say this clearly, a lot of women call women who are in polygyny the side wife, side piece, concubine, girlfriend. They like to disrespect. And that's weird because they're not in it. I've even had a homosexual woman who obviously does alternative type of relationship, obviously, right? Call me because she says she knows it bothers. It doesn't bother me. It's just you're blatantly being disrespectful. I look at the source. I mean, now that I know that you're blatantly disrespectful and who you are, I'm not bothered. However, I state you're being disrespectful. You get what I'm saying? Like if I called a homosexual a derogatory word and I'm clearly disrespectful to homosexuals, they're not going to be hurt. You understand? It's not like a friend or someone neutral saying something nasty to me. I know you're disrespectful, but I pointed out you're disrespectful. So when you're calling a woman who's a second wife a concubine, a side piece, a girlfriend, not you, Just Woke. I'm gonna take you off. The person who says that is being disrespectful to a polygyny, a woman who's in a polygynous marriage. So yeah, I know, right? She's like, wait, what? I know it sounded confusing, huh? Okay, basically, when people say, I don't like monogamy, I don't like polygyny, but to each his own, that's great. But most people don't do that. They say, oh, it's nasty. Oh, I'm not getting in that because the other woman's just a side piece. Oh, the other women are concubines. See, that's when you start, not you, sis, or a queen, not you, but that's when people are getting disrespectful. If it isn't for like in monogamy, which I'm okay with monogamy. Monogamy is beautiful. I love to see monogamous relationships. But let me use homosexual relationships instead of monogamy. So, because if I was married to a man who said, I do monogamy, I'm not doing all that. I don't have the patience. And men are sincere when they say that. Typically, they're young, they're older when they say that, and I respect that. But I digress. So if I see a woman who's in a relationship with another woman and they're married, I don't say they can do what they want to do, but they're nasty, doing all that nasty, scissor hand, Edward Scissorhands love. Not me. Like that is disrespectful. Like keep it to yourself. We get it. You just said you don't do it. We have imaginations of why you don't like it. And I'm not saying this to the sister Just Woke. I'm talking about people who are disrespectful. She wasn't being disrespectful. So she's a person who is respectful, but there are people who say, I don't like it. It's not for me. I don't want to be the second wife. And by the way, all the women who do polygyny, you're all side pieces and you have coochie diseases. You know what I mean? So, oh, YouTube. Anyway, so let me go back to the video. One woman is very much European. Oh, okay, if you say so. I mean, there are more than Europeans do monogamy, though. You do know that, right? And do you know I like your comment, though. That's why I highlighted it. But I just want to use it for teaching purposes. There are many European countries that do polygyny, that have a history of, as far as matrimony, polygyny. FYI. Anyway, so let me go ahead and finish playing this. I mean, you're going to listen to them a lot. I'm going to jump in because after a while, I'll just give you some background on it. I was cringing because Cashapp, bless her heart, she was teaching from she's in this kind of church. It's a cult, and they teach polygyny, kind of like the Hebrew Israelites. She's not a Hebrew Israelite. It's actually Kemetic based, the cult that Cassapp's in, and I respect her for that as far as her choices. Not just because it's Kemetic, but I'm saying she could do what she wants, basically, with her spirituality and her lifestyle. However, what I'm saying is she's in a type of cult, and they are pro-polygyny, or they accept polygyny, I should say, not pro. And they teach like the Hebrew Israelites. They teach it. A lot of them teach, well, it's because it's for family building. Oh, it'll increase our finances. Oh, it's so great for a man to be able to leave a larger legacy and build the right kind of community. No, first, that's true. Secondarily, it's true. But the main reason primarily is because men want to have more than one companion, more than one wife, more than one woman in every aspect, first and foremost, sexually. And they were on the panel just making me, oh God, when people didn't know about it and sincerely wanted to know about it, Cassapp would come in, or somebody would come in and say, yes, I love that I can build families and I can do all that, and I can have a break from, dishwashing, and it's so good when the baby wakes up, I don't have to go, she'll go. No, that is not why you should go into polygyny. Is that a perk often in polygyny? Yeah, sometimes it isn't, though. Sometimes you'll get in a marriage, or a woman, you'll let somebody in your marriage, and she'll be like, I'm not taking care of anybody else's children. And then what are you going to do? Huh? What if she put her best person forward, and then you don't even feel like leaving your children with her, even if she says, leave your children? You kind of drink all day. Not saying drink all day. Let me take that off there. Not dysfunctional like that, but you kind of don't know how to change a diaper, and you don't even know anything about children. And last time I let you watch the baby, and I just went and did my hair, washed my hair in the shower. I came out and the baby was walking around by herself. I'm not leaving my children with you. You get what I'm saying? So you can't go into polygyny saying, oh yeah, that's why, because my husband said I need a break. No, you go into polygyny saying, my husband will be sleeping with another woman and loving her as a wife, just like I'm a wife. Then you build from there. Now, that's what you're going to see in this whole build, though. Must be able to manage a flip money, goes without saying. Right. 600 wives in Kampala, Uganda is traditional. I did see something like that. All right. So thank you so much for your input. If I don't see if I don't respond to your comments, it's because I'm not really looking at the chat, but when I do, I appreciate the input. Let me finish. Let me unpause this now. So she was talking, we're going to go back. She was talking about how she doesn't really think that forever marriages are realistic, but she's, and that's, like I said, that's a good point. So here it is.
I just think that it would be a healthier dynamic if there's a party of people together in a situation rather than just one on one all the time. So I'm curious and I'm open to it.
What is the real story of January 6th? Many people have asked that question.
And that's why I'm here, and to find out more about it.
Hi, I'm Donna Robert, and I'm just here to listen and to learn more about it.
Okay, greetings everyone. Excuse the relaxed kind of look, but it's Friday evening and I'm just chilling and looking forward to discussions. And my name's Shadah, and I'm an initiate of the Earth Center. And for myself,
So that's the cult that they're in. It's called the Earth Center. Their cult has zero to do with what I'm building on. So I'm not focusing on their cult, but I'm letting you know the background on how they all kind of come from, especially Cassatt, the one who you see to the left of my little square. Cassatt is the one moderating this and leading it. I was supposed to do it, but I just decided not to because I didn't want it to be focused on me so much. And Cassatt is very much in that cult. So I do want to put this out there, family. A lot of communities, this isn't even a diss, this could be a plus or a negative, but a lot of communities that are trying to get back to their indigenous roots, trying to get back to their people, just like the brother King Kampala had mentioned. Oh, thank you, King Kampala. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. So King Kampala, you were adding a lot of information about like us as indigenous people, like our indigenous roots and our culture. And so this is what you'll see in a lot of groups. A lot of people resonate to groups like that, like Hebrew Israelites. I'm talking about they're not all Black, but primarily Black Hebrew Israelites, Muslims. When I say, NOI or, our people, I don't know what they call themselves, Fruits of Islam. I believe the Nations of Gods and Earth. Who else? Just this Kemetic groups, even not all. So I don't want anybody coming from me like, we don't do that. But a lot of us who are trying to get back to our roots will be in groups where polygyny isn't completely taboo, and women are even saying, yeah, we'll do it. So the reason I said all that is you'll hear Cassatt come with the problem with the groups, though, is they're not being completely forthright. I didn't say they're being dishonest, but they're not being completely forthright with the women who may be on the fence. They are more pushing, extra sister, extra childcare. Let's build with money. Don't you want to build a legacy for your husband? Instead of men your man's going to be sleeping with this woman and not just sleeping with her. She's going to be your sister wife. So you're not going to be able to pull the card of, but I'm your wife. You're not going to be able to do that. He's going to respect her as a wife and love her as a wife. So don't give him a headache. Either don't do it at all and sadly move on, because he's going to be miserable. If he's at the point where he's saying, I'm going to do it, I want to do it, he's going to do it anyway eventually. I love you. My sisters, I'm not against you. I'm telling you. If you have a man who says, I want to do polygyny, baby, that's a grown man. He wasn't playing. He wasn't watching, the commercial. Do you want to do polygyny? Oh, mama, I want one of those. No, he knows he wants to do it. That's why he's telling you. So you say, no, I'm not going to do it. Okay, I commend you on that. But you do realize he's still going to do it, right? You do realize that. So I'm not saying, well, you have to do it then. No, what you got to do is tell him, listen, you want to do polygyny, so I might have to step away from this or find out more about it. And if I like it, I might do it, but I probably am not a right match for you. And what's sad about that is a lot of people say, no, you're giving the bad advice. Look, if you could keep it together, I'm going to say this to you. If you can keep it together as a relationship counselor, yes, that's what I am. If you can keep it together, knowing that a man wants to sleep with other women, and you are starkly opposed to it, then the way you're going to keep it together is somebody's going to have to change their mind. I know you're hanging on that, right? Somebody's going to have to change their mind. Why do you think I'm saying that? Oh God, you guys, please, I need some input. Why do you think I'm saying that? I'm about to say something else. You can't make somebody change their mind. You can only change yours. You get what I'm saying? So if a man says, I want to do polygyny, and you're like, I don't want to do it. And then he's like, well, okay, fine. No, he still wants to do it. He's just not talking to you about it anymore. Especially if you say, well, I'm not doing it, which is your right. So the only way that relationship is going to work without any heartache, I should say that clearer, because you can keep going, but he's going to sleep with somebody else behind your back. You're going to be hurt, but you have a right to be, because he's a liar and he's a cheater. Yes, you can be in polygyny and be a cheater. He's a liar and a cheater. He's going to come back and say, well, I told you I wanted to do it, and you said no, and I don't want to lose you. Guilting you. Then you could come back and say, well, I don't know if I want to be with you now because you lied to me. And then he'll return it with, well, if I lied to you, you're going to leave anyway. If I didn't lie to you, so now you're leaving. And at least I have her. Touche. And then you'll be like, damn, I can't believe you. Well, you know what I mean? It's back and forth. So if he says, I want to do polygyny, and you say, I don't want to do polygyny, I sure wish you would have told me this before we got involved, but you didn't. So now you're telling me. So the only way that's going to work is if one of you changes his or her mind. You as a woman cannot change his mind. He has to change his own mind. He cannot change your mind. I don't care how much you sit back and say, okay, fine, and acquiesce. That's not actually feeling like, okay, I like this. But women often do that. That often happens. And then she starts to love the other woman, or she doesn't start to love her. So let me read this. Your commentary is bringing math. Oh, that's all. So you get what I'm saying? It's like if a man comes to you and says, I want to do polygyny, which is really, really hard. It might be like I'm making light of that, but that's painful if you're a woman who doesn't want to do it and it's your worst nightmare. So what does this say to people? If you're getting in a relationship, get to know the person. Ask them, look, do you want to do ever in polygyny? Like, because I want to know. If he's like, no, I don't want to do it. I do, know that men can be with other women. I do find women attractive, but I don't want another woman. I just want you, and I won't be changing my mind about that. Now, that is how things should go. You got to talk about it before you go forward and be with that person. Because if you have that kind of man, he can't, what the hell? I know you're not coming up to me talking about polygyny. I specifically ask you if you want to do it or not. But that's different. I was different back then, and now I'm this way. Oh, really? What about my feelings? So see, there's so much more than just him wanting to do polygyny. That's a whole issue where was he considering you in a marriage? So that's if it says, oh, she's all over the place, it's because this I'm not all over the place. Relationships are complicated, and I'm being very general. I'm not talking about case by case specific relationships. But this group that I'm talking to here, it's definitely a tough conversation. I think many discussions would have to happen. Of course, yeah. These are just all scenarios. Thank you. But this group here, I do want to let you know, the woman who's moderating the group, she's pushing the whole, it's good for babies and it's good for you need a hand in the kitchen. Girl, no. Don't lead with that when women are asking and curious about polygyny. It's a disservice and it's not fair to women or men. So I said a lot. Let me start the video again. I don't know if I'm going to play the whole video. At least I might just let you get half of it and then do a part 2. It's long. It's like 2 hours and 30 minutes. And it's late here, and I know it's late where you guys are. So I want to say thank you. Can you please hit the like? I know people forget. Please hit the like button. And please, 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 please hit the like button and share and subscribe if you haven't. Okay, here's the rest of it.
I agree with polygamy, and I'm aware of the importance of not only the points that Kasati has raised thus far, but also the importance of polygamy is not just about sex, it's also about the importance of bloodline. So in regards to the children that will be brought into the world. So that's also another important aspect of polygamy and where I'm in agreement with. And that's it for now.
Hi, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Irianka. I haven't got my camera on because I've just been rushing around trying to sort the grandchildren out. Let me see if I can put my camera on. Okay, that's better. Yes, hi. Yeah, my name is Irianka, and I am an initiate of the Earth Center. So in regards to the topic this evening, I am aware of it and I know what it is and I know how it works. For me personally, I don't think it's something that I can do, I could be involved in. So I'm here this evening just to hear a bit more about other people's views on it. But for me, I don't think it's something that I could sort of agree to, even though I do hear like what Cashapp was saying, but I do believe that, you know, as women, you know, we come on our monthly, you know, things, and it's a natural thing, and I do believe that it's a time where we have space where we will rest, and a man should understand that. But I don't believe that I could share, say, my husband with another woman. I don't know if it's yeah, and that's just me. But I'm here to, and I'm open to hear other people's views and their opinion. Thanks.
Well, thank you so far. So, Mama, can you hear us, please? I know you're having issues with your mic. Can you hear us? I may call her and she can contribute through the phone. So Mama is an 84-year-old and she wanted to participate in today's topic. And I respect her views regardless of whether she agrees with this or not. As an elder, we look up to them. So I'm going to go on mute, and whilst the other people introduce themselves, and I'll call Mama that way.
Greetings, everyone. My camera's off because I'm just in the middle of doing all sorts. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, greetings. Yeah, my name is Sanuka, and I am an initiate as well of the Earth Center. So I have been exposed to polygamy in the traditions, and people from the West discussing it, a little bit of people being involved in it, but not heavily from people in the West. I also think that if, from Kasati's definition, I think that there is a lot of polygamy that occurs, say here in the UK, I'm not in the US, without people probably describing it as such, because lots of people are in relationships where the man has more than one woman and the women know it. I'm not talking about the ones where they may have one official woman and then the official woman doesn't know about the woman that is not official. But whether they like it or not may be a different story, and one might have more prominence than the other. But there's a lot of people in relationships where they know that there's two or more women in a relationship with the man. So therefore, I think polygamy goes on a lot, but we just don't give it that name.
Thank you for that, Sanuka. Well, I've got Mama on the other line. She's got technical issues. So Mama, would you like to speak, please.
Okay,
We were just
so I'm gonna
introducing
pause this
ourselves.
here. So you heard what she said, right? She's right. It goes on regardless, even if people, I mean, we have polygyny going on. It's just dysfunctional polygyny. So that is a great point, and that's where I become a more staunch advocate for it. There's a lot of complications as far as doing people right, women being treated correctly, women getting, you know, we don't want to go back into the dark ages. So, and maybe the dark ages were better for women when it comes to relationships. I doubt it though. But we don't want women to be treated poorly. So we have to be able to do the right thing. Women are being poorly in these dysfunctional polygynous relationships. Everybody, like 4 women on the same block have a baby daddy by the same guy. Get what I'm saying? In our communities, or 2 women. I know this woman across town. She has a son by my man, and these kids. She better not bring her son over here. He's never gonna. You know what I mean? No, we need to do it in a functional way. Now, I love the elderly mama who calls in. I looked at the time and it's getting a little late. So I just want to get up to the part where I'll do a part 2 where let you hear Cashapp, and then I think I come in later. So, because I want you to get, I think we have like this kind of tense exchange. It's no disrespect to her. She's fine. But as far as the perspective that she has, you hear her saying, the one girl who follows behind her, the woman's like, childbearing. Girl, no, don't come into polygyny talking crazy like that. I mean, no disrespect to her. It's for a man to have, when she said, I know it's not just about sex. See, I had said something before, I think. I never said it's just about sex, but you cannot, as a woman, say to yourself, well, my husband's only doing polygyny because he wants us to have a nanny. Or my husband's only doing polygyny because he's right. We need more finance. You can't do that. You need to have it in your mind. He wants to be married to her. Marriage entails lovemaking and companionship. If you come into it with anything else first and foremost in your mind, you are playing yourself in layman terms. Okay, so let me go ahead and see if I can fast forward.
And giving our brief opinion of what we
believe it's something that they could do, then fair enough. But I do agree it can cause a lot of problem. It's not just straightforward, I don't think. So that's that's my contribution to that.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Irianka. I would say, in regards to what Mama said, in regards to the issue with the brother and sister, if polygamy was practiced, because that was not a polygamous relationship, that was a man cheating on his wife. So if polygamy was practiced, that could not have happened because the 2 siblings would have known each other. So would anybody else like to comment? And Gigi, iPhone, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, good evening, sisters. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I've been listening to what Mama said, and I personally, I've spoken to quite a few people about this topic because for me, polygamy is not for me. However, I'm not against it on the basis that if it is practiced correctly, which I do know some people in different cultures have practiced and it's worked for them, because the wife in traditionally, if the wife has a bag of rice to the left, the wife to the right has a bag of rice as well. If she has a house with a swimming pool, the other one has a house with a swimming pool. One lives in overseas and the other one lives over here, and they're happy. you know, and their children are happy, and they live as a tribe, as a unit, and they look after one another, you know. So for me, I can see how it can work if it's done in a traditional sense where it's equal, you know, because in ancient times, this is how men and women lived, you know. But where it is practiced whereby the other person's not aware, and it's, you know, for greed and for lust, that's where I would agree with Mama's point that it's not, you know, that is, but to me, that is not polygamy. That is basically taking advantage of someone, that is cheating. You know, it's not the same concept.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you've just said, sis. And when things are when things are in the open, and honesty and decency and respect is prevalent, then it's a good thing. It works well. And you say about the children, the thing about it, in regards to polygamy, the man has to stand straight. He has to support financially 2 families, or maybe 3, depends on how many wives he has.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so yes, it can work. We know it has worked for hundreds of years. And whereas monogamous relationships have been practiced in the West, we also know the rate of divorce is very, very high. So that doesn't bode well to say that monogamy is a good practice anyway.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to jealousy, jealousy is a human trait. And it's not everyone that is jealous or carries that jealousy. But jealousy is a very negative thing, and it doesn't bode well in any relationship, whether it's a relationship between friends, within families. Jealousy is a very divisive thing, in my opinion. So, Elaine, would you like to introduce yourself? I see you've just come on.
Yeah, just to notice, Cashapp, I haven't introduced myself either.
Yes, Dua Nelly, go on first, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nelly. I'm also an initiate from the Earth Center. So my position on polygamy, a little bit like Gigi. I'm not against it. We know it's been practiced for a very long time. Although I don't think it's for me. Also,
I got done a huge deal. I got the election.
He's on the floor, Tom.
Explain to me what he's doing.
He's Moses.
so my understanding is that, as Cashapp just mentioned, is like people need to raise their qualities to be in such relationships. You know, you have to make sure that people are treated fairly, that, you know, they keep their second check so they don't get jealous, so they can communicate you know, efficiently. Because I don't know, amongst people it's easy to have communication breaking down because people misunderstand or feel like somebody gets more or are favored or things like that. And also something that people really need to consider is today, for men to be, I mean, I'm talking in the West, for men to be in a polygamous relationship, he has to earn enough money. Like, because if we all saying it's for the children and everything, but I don't see many men that have the means in the West to support 2 families and the children. So it's something that, again, like we can see, like, oh, some of the relationships that have been mentioned, like men cheating or having multiple, or being with multiple women. This is not polygamy. Right. Polygamy is something official. That they're married. So those other relationships is like people not really taking responsibility for their action, really, and trying to have a little bit of fun or whatever. But as I
It's technically, it is polygamy and it is polygyny, but it's not marriage polygyny. It's dysfunctional polygyny. So yes, she's correct about her stance, and I agree. Like, people, we're already, I'll repeat that, polygyny is already going on. Polyamorous relationships are going on. Polyandry is going on. But if we want to go into something that's foundational, I guess I could say, something that's strong and stable and functional, then we would work out a way to do polygyny in our society and make it work to our advantage. So I'm going to let you listen to her a little bit more, and I think I'm going to have to fast forward because Sadi strategically made sure that I go last for some reason. So let me go ahead and see who's after her, and I'll have to fast forward it and let you hear a little bit of the commentary that I did or the responses to them, because the majority of them are coming from the cult, the Earth Center, which, if anybody knows about that, when I use the word cult, it's not a negative way.
I say it's extremely difficult for a man in the West to be able to support more than one family. They're struggling already with one. So yeah, that's my point. I think I'm not against it. I think it could be a wonderful system, support system, but I don't think in our community, at least, we have the right quality. We're not in our right mind. It's very tricky to find, people men with the right quality and women with the right quality to engage in such relationships. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Could I just say that the short period of time that we've been on, and I've been listening to, the different ladies' accounts and stuff, I must admit, I'm seeing it in a totally different light. The fact that it's so structured and stuff like that, it's nothing like, where my mind was taking me initially without the knowledge and, the experiences that I've heard. And I'm beginning to hear what the benefits can be, obviously, if it's done correctly, the way that you're explaining it and stuff like that, where it's structured, everybody agrees and stuff like that. So I'm appreciating the knowledge that I'm getting from you ladies. That's what I want to say, because I'm already thinking and seeing it in a different light.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that, Sarah. Yeah, and yes, it is, from my knowledge, it is about extending the bloodline. So when many men can have different wives, it is about extending the bloodline. Also, they can have a wife that they do not consummate that relationship with as well. So Sanuka, did
you hear the madness? Come on. Okay, before I address your comment, his ghetto point of view, she just said it's about extending the bloodline, and a man can have a wife without consummating a marriage. What kind of anomalies are you discussing? We're talking about mainstream, in general, relationships that are normal. And of course, bloodline, if a man has babies, yes, he's going to proliferate, his seed is going to be out there. But polygyny isn't first, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I was like, no, I wasn't even frustrated until they started like banging back on me. Polygyny is not primarily about that. It is about men having multiple companions as wives, not side wives, not side pieces, not concubines, multiple companions as wives, and functioning in that manner where the women have built a relationship with each other, not a heterosexual friendship sisterhood, right? So let me read this comment. I don't know if I'm going backwards. Let me start with your first comment. his ghetto point of view says, if so many women are not against it, but also they personally wouldn't practice it, means they really don't support it and they just capping for conversation. Okay, well, that's your assessment and I respect that. Let's read this though. His ghetto point of view added, why do such strong independent women need a man's finances? Why not just bring your job and your money and all those degrees y'all worked hard for into the union and women keep working in a marriage? Thank you so much for this comment, and I'll answer why. When you said strong, independent women, right there, that is I know that that's become something negative in our community. However, in the broader scheme of things, and I'm not disagreeing or agreeing, I'm giving you some commentary on some reasons of why. When women are educated with degrees and when they do have their own money, they tend to not want to join a relationship where the man is dominating, and that would be polygyny. You have a male dominated relationship. Make no mistake, that doesn't mean it's not negative. It's just a fact that if a man has multiple wives, he's obviously the leader. He's the one who is first and foremost in control. Now, does that mean that he's a tyrant and you're going to let her come in this marriage if I say so? I don't care if you like her. No, I'm not saying that. But polygyny is about a man having multiple wives. It's about women, listen to this carefully, giving him the privilege to have multiple wives. Now, you might stop and say, wait a minute, Napah, you said it's a man's innate right to have multiple wives. Biologically, yes, God made you to have multiple wives. But does that mean it's your privilege when you go into a marriage with a woman? No. Like the woman, the sister just woke, she says, I'm not doing it. So she revokes the privilege from any man that she's with, or she won't even get with a man who wants to do it. So if a man finds women who will align with him and do polygyny willingly, they're giving him the privilege to live out his biological right. Does that make sense? Just because it's your biological right, like a man who's fertile, just because it's your biological right and you're fertile and you biologically should have children, doesn't mean that every woman you meet has to let you have a baby with her. That's just like polygyny. Just because it's your biological right to have multiple women, it is your privilege if a woman lets you give her, be married to multiple women with her. Get it? It's your privilege to give her it. She, from her perspective, if she opens her womb to you, she's giving you the privilege of giving her a baby. She has the right to revoke that privilege, even if you are biologically, it's your right to reproduce. You can have your right to reproduce, but it's not your privilege to give her a baby. She would give you that privilege. It's your biological right to have multiple women. However, it's a privilege that women who join your marriage, it's a privilege that they give you. I hope you get what I'm saying. So back to your statement. Independent women with lots of degrees and lots of money do not typically give men the privilege to have multiple wives. There are many men out here who are monogamous. They go and they match themselves up with men who are monogamous, who are not going to dominate the marriage. That's why. So also I will say women are naturally hypergamous. So that means women are always shooting for the top guy. They're always leveling up. Remember Ciara made her song when she met her new husband? Y'all know his name. I forgot his name. I know it, but I forgot it. The football player. Remember she went from Future to him and she did her song, Level Up, Level Up, Level Up, Level Up, Level Up, Level Up, Level Up. She leveled up. I love Future. Look at Future. Perfect segue. He's got so many baby mamas. His pockets are draining. They're leaking. His money is going to women who have men who, even though they have children with him, don't have anything to do with him. If he did polygyny correctly, these women would be in his household. The money that he spends on those children, that he gives to those women for the children, goes back into benefit for him and his household. It builds him up. Yes, so polygyny is helpful in finance, but that's not the first and foremost reason to say that's why men do polygyny. Future wasn't like, I want to have babies. That's why I'm having sex with this woman. No. He's like, I really like her. Damn, I hope she doesn't get pregnant. And we know that hope is not a contraceptive. Check. So that's the answer for that one. Let's see what else the Hybrid Angel says. None of this makes sense, but we'll let you all carry on. I'm not Muslim, but my ex was Muslim and lied about his relationship, ultimately using that men can have up to 4 wives as a part of his excuse. See right there? See what she said? She said, he lied. Then he said, we can have up to 4 wives. He was deceptive. It's dysfunctional. He's no different from Future. Well, I don't know what Future did. I don't want to put Future on blast, or not even on blast. I don't want to lie on Future. He's no different than the guys who are sweet-talking women, lying to them behind their back, getting one woman pregnant, lying, I'll be right back, going to do that. There's no difference. They just put Muslim on there so they can try to be righteous. Oh, God said I can do it. No, stop. You're wrong. And am I shocked that she says it doesn't make sense? She's frustrated by hearing even the discussion because there was a bad situation. But guess what? Even with that, if we take the Muslim part off, there's so many sisters out there who have had men say, it's just you, baby, I'm monogamous. But they find out that man's lying. Yeah, don't lie. That is what I advocate for. Polygyny. I just talked about the innately how men are biologically wired. Can men, just because they're biologically wired, can men just be monogamous? Of course they can. I'm not in anybody's individual marriage, so I'm not speaking on anybody's individual marriage. Yes, a man can say, you know what? I got this. She's fine. She's beautiful, but no. I love my wife. This is how I'm going to be right here. I'm blocking that out. I have other things to do. You understand? So the lies are what the problem is. That's why I say just do polygyny correctly. Don't lie. Don't tell a sister, oh, it's because I'm Muslim and God said I can have up to 4 wives. No, don't lie. Just say, you know what? You're so awesome. I know you don't like polygyny. I really want to do it. So I don't know if you want to go forward with me in a relationship. She has the right to say, no, I don't. Or she could sit back and say, do I really think I could do something like that? And then she sits there and says, oh, hell no, I can't. And then she could just move on, go on her way. Either way, you get what I'm saying? So yeah, thank you for your comment. Let's see. Of course, any interaction we all have is privilege. Okay. But if the point is a strong community, then money and finance is second in comparison to uplifting a community. Money and finance, I would say, is uplifting a community, part of the uplifting. But I'm not just talking about interactions. Like, for instance, if you work with somebody, it's not your privilege to sit there and work side by side to that person. It's the way it's been set up. You know what I mean? I'm talking about relationship privilege. So let me be clear on that. Relationship privilege. It is your privilege a woman gives a man the privilege of having the baby with her. And the man gives a woman a privilege. I don't know if that's triggering some men who think, this is one-sided. A man gives a woman a privilege of having his child. But I was speaking in the context of comparing it to a man in a marriage with a woman who says, okay, I'll do polygyny. Like the sister comment, the woman who just commented saying this doesn't make sense. If he would have told her in the beginning, I like to do polygyny, right there, it becomes what's going on. We're sitting at the edge of our seat trying to see what privilege she's going to give him, or if she's not going to give him privilege. If he says, baby, I really love you, I'm a Muslim, and I believe that God said I can have 4 wives, then he's waiting for her answer. Her answer is her privilege power. She says, okay, I'll be with you and you will be able to have 4 wives. Or she can say, no, I revoke your privilege of being with me. I will not let you have 4 wives. You can go. It's your right to go have those 4 wives, but it's not your privilege to do that with me, despite your right. Is everybody getting what I'm saying? So I think we might all be agreeing, but it gets complicated. Sometimes the way I explain it. His ghetto point of view says most men who focus on a marriage have a stronger foundation, all facts. But doesn't the multiple women benefit one another and the home? Yeah, definitely. It does. However, what I'm pointing out is a lot of groups, I guess not so much the individual guy, but that's not in a group, but a lot of groups, and it's spilling over to people who aren't in cults, who are not like the sisters at the Muslim thing. Muslims, Hebrew Israelites, the earth and this cult here, they are telling women, and this isn't even about attacking cults or not attacking cults or scrutinizing cults or critiquing cults, but I'm saying a lot of these groups have a great point. They're speaking about polygyny being beneficial, but the problem is they're saying, and God said, and if you don't want to do it, you don't love God, or if you don't want to do it, you don't care if our community fails. No. Polygyny is about a man saying, I want to have more than 1 wife. I really do want to do that. That's what it's about. See how easy it is? But men don't come straight out and say that because they meet a woman. She's beautiful. She's sweet. She's awesome. They think, oh my God, I don't want to lose her. Well, you're going to end up losing her anyway in the long run. You saw the sister's comment. I doubt if she's still with that guy, right? She's not, because he lied. He wasn't forthright with the reasons of why he wanted to do polygyny. So my thing with them, my issue is don't lead. Yes, those things can definitely be, but the first and foremost, you have to be transparent and honest. You can see, well, you can't go, well, God said, I'm supposed to spread my seed. And if you don't, no, just be a man. And I'm not saying that in an attack way, but really stand on your 2 feet. It's your biological right. There are so many women out here. Be honest. Say, look, I'm about polygyny. And let a woman make the right choice. Then you have the power. When she says, I'm for it too, she gets in the relationship, she finds out she doesn't want to do it anymore. It's not you don't have to be guilt tripped. You don't have to feel guilty. And then you'll be able to point out what the issue is that's dysfunctional, making the marriage dysfunctional. Her. You're the reason that we're not getting along. You're the reason you fight with the other women. You said you want to do polygyny, and now you're doing everything against polygyny. And if she comes back and says, because I don't want to lose you, well, look what you're doing. You wasted your time in this marriage. It's falling apart. So you should have just said no, and you could have met someone who aligns with what you want, which is monogamy. Let me see here. Facts. Any man who won't be honest and upfront doesn't deserve anything. Yeah. So you see, it really boils down to, because like even heard some of the women on this panel that I'm showing the playback, and the sister that made the comment, it boils down to being honest. Should I also compare this to men and women, men who are in the closet? I can. It can be, and I'm not disrespecting heterosexual, patriarchal men. This is the 21st century. We're in 2023. I think men know that it's not a diss if I'm saying I'm comparing it, the situation in the context. as far as being honest. I'm comparing it to men on the DL. You're not fair to come into a marriage knowing that you desire men and women, yet you tell a woman, I'm heterosexual, baby. Yeah, girl. I don't want, that dude was holding that dude's hand. You know what I mean? Like, bro, be honest. Do you know how many women out here are okay with bisexual men? Leave the woman alone who doesn't want a bisexual man. Leave her alone. And then they convince themselves, well, it's my right. Just like the comment the sister said, he convinced himself, well, God, I can have 5. What? No, you can have them without me. I told you I don't want to be in polygyny, or I told you I don't want to be with a man who's bisexual. Yet you are selfish, and you know what? Where's let's go to court. I want to get a divorce now. This is it. I'm done. You get what I'm saying? See, people can see it easier when you do it, when you talk about it on that way. Everybody's like, oh yes. Mm-hmm. But even remember, I'm a polygyny advocate. I advocate for it. But if a man lies to you, I don't want no other women, and then you find out that he has other women, no, I'm done. You broke me. I'm hurt. So the key is transparency, honesty. Be honest to yourself first. Now, maybe I was talking about the malicious giving scenarios, but what if you really think, no, I like women only. I will like women's. Remember that video? But you know that you like men too. But you say, I'm not going to do it. I never had sex with a man. I do find them attractive. I'm not doing it. You still need to be honest. You need to share that with the person you're going to spend your life with, that you're going to be intimate with. Look, I never did it, but I'm having these. Then look, it's on her if she doesn't want it. Later on, she gets upset. And you have to keep being honest, though. You can't just cheat on her and say, well, I told you I was having fantasies about, Gordon off Sesame Street. I love those bald heads. No, you got to be honest throughout the whole relationship. You got to say, baby, remember when I told you about that desire? Well, I was at the gym. Now just hold on, baby. No, hold on. So this dude was spotting me, right? So get what I'm saying? Like, you got to tell her everything. You can't just show up with, I'm with a man. I've been having sex with him. No. Then talking about polygyny. You can't just come home and be like, baby, remember when I said I really wanted to do polygyny, but I probably wouldn't do it? And I said, okay, I'm fine with monogamy. Well, I just got with this woman. I've been with her for 6 months from work. No, you're a liar and you're not fair. How come you didn't tell her the first time you started liking the one? Baby, there's a woman at work and she is super awesome. She's fine. But guess what? Men do drop those little hints. Oh, baby, guess what my coworker Jenny said today? She is hilarious. Excuse me. That's how I am right away. People can say what they want to say. Oh, you stop this, you got this. No, I nip shit in the bud because people are people. And I remind, excuse me, what do you mean she's funny? Oh, funny how? Funny like, haha, I amuse you? No, I mean, I'm being kind of funny, but like, basically you have to be transparent. It's about truth, honesty in the first, at the door. And then when you come through the door, you have to stay with what you are. You can't say, oh, well, that's how I felt back in 2015. But now, okay, that's why we should have gotten a term contract for this marriage. And they can talk about divorce rates all they want. I really don't care. Because when I hear about the divorce rate, I don't even care about that. You know why? How many people have been divorced and you see them still together, getting together, making love, loving each other, going back and forth with you? You know what I mean? It's like we're dysfunctional. So when it comes to building communities, money, when it comes to building things that are financial and solid, you use contracts. So you have to understand when you use a contract, which is a marriage contract, it doesn't just have to be through the courts, by the way. People seem to respond a little bit better when it comes to a contract. Right here, you said that you will be there for me and for this amount of time and provide this and do this. You need to have, when you get a marriage contract, you need to have an elaborate marriage contract. See, elites do it. People who are in the know do it. Celebrities do it. You need to detail things in a marriage contract. I have that. I will not wear red shoes on Sunday when I'm around you. I'm just throwing that, you know what I mean? Elaborate stuff. I will not talk badly to you around your grandmother and your family. If I do that, then I will have to do this, this, this. I will have to be penalized for that. Yes, you can do that in your marriage. And if people say, love is love, well, then that's why we're having failures in a lot of things. Now, those little petty things I said, I was just being facetious. But things like, we will split the finances for this year. I will spend 30%. That is my obligation as a woman, or I will not spend 30 in anything, just things like that. In our business, you will have this responsibility. I will have this responsibility. We will have, yes. And people were joking like, oh, Napah signed an NDA. Well, don't you think every marriage should have an NDA? I'm gonna sit back and see if people put a 1 in the chat. If you get married and then it doesn't work out, how many of you would like to have a non-disclosure agreement? Put a 1 if you think NDAs are a plus in any relationship. Once you stop dealing with people, just anybody. How many of you would like to have a non-disclosure agreement once you thank you, once you divorce somebody? How awesome would that be? So they make fun like, and that's why she can't, because yeah, get yourself an NDA. Get one. Then she won't be sitting up putting pictures of you, sleep in your drawers on the pool deck with the bunny rabbit ears on. I don't know. You know what happens when women get mad, and he won't be sending out your stuff. Which husbands don't typically do that. Well, some of them do though. He won't get on any shows, talk shows. I'm talking about the celebrities now. Talking about, but most of the time you don't see celebrities doing that, right, guys? Why? Because they do non-disclosure agreements. You can do it too. You can be working as a cashier at a store and still get an NDA when you get married. You can do elaborate contracts when you get married. You can do term contracts with marriage. We're only going to be married for 15 years, and then we're going to build this up. If we decide to have children, we will have to extend it to the time when the children 18 years. Get it? You understand? It can happen. Like once the children are 18, oh no, well, if the children stay in the house, this is a part of the clause in the contract. If the children stay for college, an extra 7 years. So here's a 25-year term agreement. People say, well, why would I want to get divorced from somebody after 25 years? Exactly. Why would you? I'm just throwing out scenarios now. But you heard the sister in the green on the video, so it's not me. I'm listening to people. I don't want a term agreement marriage, term contract. I don't want a contract for a term marriage, like to a certain, but a lot of people do. And it works for them. I think if his ghetto point of view says, I think if more people were being honest, that would save a lot of problems. The understatement of the year, right? Kevin Beckford says, it should come natural. Y'all are like idealists, right? Yeah, exactly. It should come natural. And it should be that more people are honest, but that's not how we work. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this up into the part where I make my statement, and then they get a little heated. Not bad. They're very polite British ladies, but they weren't liking what I was saying. So let me go ahead and play the rest of this.
Be able to give some of your knowledge on that, having been to Africa as well, maybe seeing it working.
Ujjayi.
She was getting on my nerves because she was making a point not to call on me. So let me fast forward this.
What I would say, I have kind of view marriage. Very rare woman will have 5. So the anatomy of women and men are different. But what we don't look at is on the material sense. in the continent, people are living closer to nature. They're looking at survival. So over time, you have practices that evolve, that perpetuate their survival.
She's talking about in Africa and how and talking about polygyny.
And so polygamy on the one level.
She means, I think she means polygyny.
On the material level, we're just dealing for that minute, is something that has been evolved over years. And you can see that it will help to perpetuate the survival. Because if you have women who are going to have children, though many of them provide for themselves in reality in the modern day tradition, you know, while you're incapacitated, pregnant, and so on, so you can't run around like you did before, and the kind of things that you have, traditional things, men and women, you need to have a husband who's going to be able to provide. So if you do have a man who has 2 wives, and they think, okay, we can provide for our children, we can either till the land or whatever it is there to do. If they're a priest, we can help with making medicines, whatever it is. Then it's a more practical way of living and mode of survival, because we may have a romantic view and say, oh, we only want to have one husband or whatever. But if you're in a situation where you can't have a husband or you need to survive, then having a husband and polygamous relationship may be most suitable. The other thing we have to consider that in traditions, the choices that we have, they don't necessarily have those choices. And the reason why I say that is, one, from the materialistic point of view, we said there now, survival, needing to have a husband that can provide, and so on. Also, even certain marriages, certain traditions, people married into between different tribes and so on to promote harmony in the wider community, and so that there were links between communities, so that, you know, it helps to decrease aggression. Then you would have to get onto another level again, which is the level that would be the level that starts off with in proper traditional Kemetic society, is you go from the spiritual level first. And therefore, even when we think of the concept of polygamy, you know, it's not something that you believe in. Now, you can agree to do it or not agree to do it, but it's not a belief. Polygamy is a way of life. And really, before anybody enters into that way of life, they should look and see, is that something that they should be doing spiritually? Is that in their destiny to do that? Is that going to further advance them or their family? So you'll find even in tradition, not everybody enters into a polygamous relationship. And even in tradition, some people do enter into a polygamous relationship and it's disastrous. And that may be because they're not supposed to. And maybe they decided to do so. So there's many parameters that go in. And, you know, when we think of it, even if we say the term monogamy, everybody would acknowledge, you know, marriage is individualistic and it's different for each person. And it's the same thing as polygamy, even though there is a wider understanding of, let's call it the rules, the mores that operate within that society. So you could find yourself in a traditional society and say, for example, if you have a child that is sick and the child is saved by a priest, some people then will send that child to study under that priest, and that child will become a trainee priest or whatever. In the same way, you could have a man who's respected, and then for whatever reason, the family want their daughter to marry that man because they want the daughter to have children in that bloodline. They feel it's a destiny, and therefore they will invite, they will accept marriage offer, invite that person to marry their daughter. Now, in that society, sometimes for duty and so on, the daughter will say, okay, I'm going to marry that person. In the West, most of us in the UK, I would say, and in the Caribbean, we've been brought up in a different way. So when we're looking at polygamy, we have to look at what polygamy we're talking about. People could be here in the West and they decide, okay, I'm going to enter into a polygamous relationship. But what boundaries are you setting for that relationship? And what is it based on? What principle would it be based on? So when we're thinking about polygamy, it's not like polygamy is just there, exists, and it's exactly the same for everybody else. Many traditional societies have different ways of polygamy. As Cassatt touched on, sometimes somebody might pass away and somebody will marry that person because of the same thing. I say we have licenses over here, it gives you certain rights, and they will marry that person in that society so that it will protect their property rights, their as we would call them, nieces and nephews. So a brother might marry his brother's wife if the brother dies. Now, they may or may not have a consummative marriage. Say they don't consummate the marriage. He may marry that brother to protect the property rights for the children of his brother. And those children, as we would call them, nieces and nephews, but in tradition, they would regard them as their sons or daughters. If two brothers have children, each other's children are regarded as their own. So there's a lot of things that we don't understand in many societies. But I would say that if you're talking about polygamy, I would say, what principles are you standing on? And what would you want to achieve from that? So when we're trying to replicate that, it's not so easy, because a lot of the time people say they want to go into polygamy, but they like the sound of it. But the actual, never mind the material reality, but from a spiritual point of view, is it what they should be doing? You know, just on that, I have the privilege to have met the Voodoo Queen a few times in Merita. And one of the things she said, in her personal opinion, she wouldn't advise anybody who's born in the West to enter into polygamy, because she said it's a very deep thing. And because of the principles that you need to obtain, the understanding that you need to have, she thinks it'll be very, very difficult for anybody born in the West to enter into that. So I'm not advocating that somebody does or doesn't, but I'm saying that we have to be real with ourselves to see where are we coming from, the kind of ideas that have been imbued into us for many, many years. You know, say if you're even 30, you know, how many fairy stories have you read?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. When those crystals become electrically active.
How many movies have you watched? You pluck on the television any day of the week and you watch a movie. All these romance movies from when they're children, you know, it's been ingrained in. So if you want to do something different from that, then you would have to really look at yourself. And then you've got the whole other story of, if you're dealing with a human being as a man, you know, men, just like most other humans, if they're in a situation where they're allowed to be able to do something, often they will do what they can get away with. So therefore you come back to the thing, Nelly touched on it, about principles and setting something. So within all of that, there is a role for polygamy. You know,
right, real quick, I don't know if I addressed what she said on there when she said that about men. That was like kind of her, for me, like when you give a man a privilege of doing polygyny, they'll do what they can get away with. That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not dissing her, but for me, if a woman, from what I've seen in many different, when I've observed, let me say this again, observed many different relationships, men respond well to being put in the correct position that men should be in, which is, now this is my opinion, remember, and so come for me, but come for me knowing that it's my opinion. I'm not saying this is the rule of the land, but men should be put as leadership, and then women should acknowledge that a man is in a leadership role in a relationship. I'm not saying tyrant, foot on my neck, I'm your doormat, but men should be put in a leadership position. And that helps, that usually a man responds well to that. I don't think he feels like he's getting away with anything. I've witnessed men saying, wow, finally, somebody appreciates me. I don't want to drop the ball on this one. Now, some men don't. Some men, they are so damaged and they have mommy issues. Yes, mommy and daddy issues from their adverse childhood experiences. It doesn't matter how well a woman respects them. It doesn't matter. And this is not anything personal. I'm talking about observing. Okay? Because I don't have anybody in my life like that, because people always try to read between the lines. So I'm very open and honest. However, I digress. A lot of men don't respond well to being put in leadership roles. They don't. She's speaking about those men. I'm sure of it. Now I just put it together. She's speaking about those men who are what I call, let me be respectful. They have suffered a lot of childhood trauma, a lot of abuse that stems from neglect from fathers and over feminine environments, like over feminized environments in a negative feminine way, very, very negative, dysfunctional matriarchy. Men who, even though they're given leadership roles and they're treated, women submit or women give them power, those men still, it's like they have this kind of they have something inside of them that they resent women, and it doesn't matter if a woman treats them with a leader, gives them leadership. They still have a lot of resentment and pain and trauma that was caused by mothers, sisters, aunts in their childhood. Example, if a man grows up, his father is not in the home. For whatever reason, his father was not often present, meaning, I don't mean always at the door, just I can pick up my phone and call my dad. That's what I mean by present. My dad, I can go to see my dad and stay with him if I need to. Now, you might be like, oh, you're blaming the dad. No, maybe the mom doesn't let it happen. Okay. But I'm saying men who have been raised by women and the father is not available or present, it seems to a child that the father does not love or value the child. I'm talking about male right now. I'm talking about male. Then the child grows up trying to find having a male prototype, something to model his manhood by, and he's watching it on TV. He's looking around the neighborhood. And now again, when I say father, by the way, let me add this, no uncle is there, no grandfather is there, no older man that is there that he knows values him. That's very important that you listen to what I'm saying. So I should have made that clear in the first place. It's not always just a biological dad. I'm saying there was no male figure that he said, he values me. He's not dysfunctional. He gets respect. Wow, look how he carries himself. I want to be like him when I grow up. Doesn't have to be a rich guy. I like the way he did that. When people come around him, they shake his hand. Oh, people don't, when he says, don't talk to me like that, people say, I'm sorry. People call him sir. A lot of men didn't grow up with that, right? They grew up with just their mom and their aunties and their grandma. Now, if it's just mom, auntie, and grandma, and there are no men who come in the house and get respected as men, you got to listen to me. If you're not listening to me, I know it's late, but you got to hear this, because this is fire right here, because I'm telling you the truth. I'm not saying that boys who don't have, there's a lot of single moms that have been in our history. But if a boy is in a home with all women in leadership roles, and whenever they see a man walk in, I don't know what you're talking about. You better sit down and be quiet. If you want to eat, don't act like that's not very prevalent in our community. Okay? Man comes in. Even if it's not like that, nobody acknowledges him. Nobody says, Get up so Mr. So-and-so can sit down. Don't do that to did you hear your uncle when he came in here? If they didn't grow up with that, and they grew up with women, only women getting respect, they grow up dysfunctional as men, and they don't know how to handle, and I'm not knocking them saying they're bad, but they don't know how to handle when a woman gives them leadership positions. Why? Because it is ingrained in them from infancy to manhood, to teenage, to, till they don't know. And especially, I'm going back to that whole, if you want to eat, you guys know what I'm saying. But I'll never, this stayed with me forever. And this is as an adult. I was on the phone, and it was a couple, a woman who I actually helped get married. It was in the Hebrew Israelite community. I helped her get matched up, and then she married this brother, and she was on the phone with me. I said, oh, so-and-so's going to be home soon. Oh, did you make him dinner? Oh, well, I'm making spaghetti. I said, but he said he hates spaghetti. Well, if he want to eat, he going to eat spaghetti. If he don't like it, he better give himself something else to eat. I swear that stays with me. It's been years. Part of me was like, oh my God. I said, what'd I do? Like, how did I match it? I was like, why? Then I said, don't do that. Don't do that. But she's not the only one. I've heard many, many women say it. Women in my family, not my immediate family, not blood family. I'm saying for my male cousins. You understand? Like my cousins' wives. And I'll be like, oh my God. Oh God. So these men who have grown up seeing that, when a woman said, but they still say it, they say, I want to be the leader, but you're not ready to be the leader. That's what she's talking about. When she said men who you give them something and they get away with what they can get away with. She's talking about those. She's not talking about the men who have not been given leadership roles and they know they have had positive male figures. If it's a dad, wonderful. If it's an uncle, a grandfather, even that's wonderful too. They haven't seen environments where men are valued and respected as men. Now, does that mean that women have to be crawling around and get kicked in the ribs if you didn't bring me my sandwich fast enough? No, I'm not talking about that, because then that will also cause problems. I'm talking about homes where men, there's respect. So I had to stop it, because I don't agree that men, when men are given the privilege to do polygyny, they do what they can get away with. And that sounds like men are being devious. However, I get what she's saying. Let me look at the comments. See, very well said. Let's see here. Seeing that type of interaction between a mother and men greatly impacts a boy's upbringing. No cap, 100%. Yeah. And again, this isn't dissing. I'm glad you said that. You're a man too. So I'm just letting, he agrees. It's not even a diss. It's just what I wanted to kind of show. She was, by the way, you don't want to lead in a regular conversation about just men and say, well, men do what they can get away with. You're talking about the dysfunctional men. We're talking about functional people. Get it? So for her, she kind of, she did insert her negative experiences, which that's a different conversation. She made men as if they're trying to get away with something, to use that type of language, it's something devious. So I appreciate her input, but she had a spin of, like you could see she's leaning more against than for, and that's fine. But don't veil it as if, I appreciate the sister who came in and said, I'm not doing this. Don't veil it as if, oh, I'm pro, but these guys are going to get away with what they can get away with. So you're obviously veiling your disdain or your opposition with, oh yeah, I'm for it. A lot of people do that too. Napah, let me see what this Kevin Becker says. Napah, not all men are like that. Of course not. I'm a product but my women run leaderships there. But I'm sure, well, I don't know. Let me ask you, I'm not sure. I don't know you. Did you have any males in your life growing up? They are important. Of course, I'm a mom. I agree. But I'm saying when there's no male figure that is consistently there and who you see the female, when I say female, I'm talking about the gender, because somebody's like, don't call women female. I'm not into that. I didn't say them females. A female figure, a woman, a mother, or an aunt. When you were growing up, did you have a male who was consistently there in a positive way? When I say positive, I mean just there, nice to you. When I say nice, I mean he was interacting with you with love. Father, uncle, grandpa, mom's best friend, anybody, I don't know. And this is the formula. Growing up, there has to be a male who's significantly older than you, who, when he enters the environment, when he enters the home, the group, people do not disrespect him, do not make him as if he's inferior to them, do not belittle him, do not ridicule and laugh at him. That is very prevalent, sadly, in a lot of homes. What is he wearing on your feet? What? Get out of here with that on. And I'm not talking about cute little fun. I mean, consistently, every time he comes up, he's a joke. Mr. Jordan coming over again, Mom. You remember, Mom, when he came over and he had them yellow pants on? That nigga better not wear them yellow pants anymore. You know I'm talking the truth. And maybe they don't talk like that. Maybe they're proper. He better not wear those ugly yellow pants again. Oh, God, here he comes. But you know he's always there. He's your brother. Oh, my brother makes me sick, always begging me for money. Why do the kids need to know that? Why? Because you want to belittle him in front of them. You want to let your children know that you're superior to your brother who's coming by. Oh my God, my brother's coming over. Oh, I got to make him food. Oh, he gets on my nerves. Just that little bit right there. You don't do that because the children are listening and the boy is listening. And he's learning this is how men get treated, whether it's true or not. He's a male older figure. Keep it to yourself or call another adult on the phone and say it. Don't say it to your children. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying I'm not saying a mother-led home is a home where men become dysfunctional. I'm saying when there is no male figure that enters the home and is treated with respect and with a leadership role where people don't say, no, you don't talk to your, what did you just say to your uncle? That's your grandfather. You don't just walk by him and not say that. Did you just get a drink out of the refrigerator and not ask your uncle if he wanted something? Don't do him like that. That's what I'm talking about. See, boys say, oh. And it goes the same way. Obviously, I'm not saying not for women, but we already know the woman part. Men shouldn't we already know a man shouldn't be in the house like cursing his wife out or ignoring his wife. Come on, kids, let's go. What about mom? What about mom? Let's go. You know what I mean? So but I was talking about men because of her comment. You always had, yes, elder. There you go. So I definitely wasn't talking about you. See, this is the functional part. I'm circling this. Yes, elder male figures were there. Elder. Notice how he used the word elder without even, see? Because you can tell. Just him saying, yes, elder, that is a form of respect because he was taught to respect. You get it? Now, if he would have said older male figures, that doesn't mean he wasn't, but this is an indicator that he specifically was taught that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I just went on a tangent because I took issue with her saying that. I'm going to replay it so you guys can hear it again. Maybe I misunderstood what she said, but the way she said it, she was like, if you let a man do something, he'll do what he can get away with. What does that mean? You know, like men are bandits, but there are a lot of men who are lying to women. So she may be talking about that, or the ones who I just outlined and described who, even though you give them leadership positions, even though you let them have the privilege of having a polygynous marriage that you're involved in, even though you do all of that, a lot of women have been let down because those men haven't addressed their issues from childhood. And until they do, we will have that imbalance. Okay, so let me listen to that again. I hope I imparted myself well. I can be a little confusing.
And you watch a movie, all these romance movies from when they're children, you know, it's been ingrained in. So if you want to do something different from that, then you would have to really look at yourself. And then you've got the whole other story of, if you're dealing with a human being as a man, you know, men, just like most other humans, if they're in a situation where they're allowed to be able to do something, often they will do what they can get away with. So therefore you come back to the thing Nelly touched on, it about principles and setting something. So within all of that, there is a role for polygamy in our communities, but you would have to very carefully look at what you are doing, in the same way that I would say that for anybody in a monogamous relationship or who are embarking on a monogamous relationship, because not only do you have two energies to deal with, as in physical, spiritual, you know, whether jealousy or not, emotions to deal with, but you would have at least three energies. And if you have more wives, more energies to deal with. So somebody mentioned one person's living on one continent and then living on the other. That's an easier thing to deal with because you can cut off. But if you're in a situation where, often I've seen some people online and so on, they're all living in one house and all this sort of thing, I think that is a recipe for disaster, you know. And the other thing is, often, even in polygamous relationships, you find when it comes to a certain time, how much time does the husband actually spend with some wives? It's almost like they're not with them anymore. So there's not an easy one-stop answer for anything, but it is something that we need to look at and seriously look at, because often, as I said in my opening thing, people are practicing polygamy even though they don't label it as such. You know, how many women on this call know women that are either in relationships or have been with men, and they know there's another woman involved, often with other children and so on and so forth. So there may be a role to say, if it was more formalized, those children would have a better outcome. So anyway, you know, I could unpack for a long time, so I'm going to leave it there for the moment.
Thanks, Sanuka. Napah, would you like to jump in here, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm really enjoying listening to all the different perspectives. I love how the women here who even say they would never do it are present and listening. That speaks volumes, because you know, they want to understand that type of marriage. I personally am, I'll give you a little background on who I am. I wear several different hats, but one of my hats is I am a family relationship counselor. Actually, that's one of the parts of my doula career that I do. And I specialize in polygyny. I am a polygynist activist. So I am I had pushed polygyny for a long time. I come from a polygynist family. So and by the way, polygamy is pretty much like a general term for just both genders. It just means having more than one mate. It can pertain to women or men. So when you're in a polygamous relationship, you could be a woman with multiple men, which is polyandry, or you can be a man with multiple women, which is polygyny. So what we're discussing right now, and I think I've heard a lot of you say polygyny, but we're specifically discussing polygyny. The first thing I say about polygyny, whether you're pro polygyny or not, whether you're curious, is in any relationship, monogamous or polygamous, you need to have a foundation of respect, and the respect is what will hold it together. So that goes across the board for any type of marriage. If there is no respect, it won't work out. So that for me is the foundation. And what I tell women about polygyny, I counsel several women. I've counseled several dozens and dozens of women throughout the years who have been like our sister Sarah and other sisters I've seen speaking, they're on the fence. And their husband is like, I want to go and do this type of relationship. So what I did today, before the stream, is I made a list of what I call polygyny myths. Now, don't get me wrong. All of the things about a sister wife being able to help with children, being able to help with the house chore load, all of that is true. However, as women, we're talking about women of the West. And by the way, a lot of our continental sisters on the continent of Africa, they're catching up with the women of the West. And when I say of the West, I mean, of course, even the Caribbean, of course, where you are, the UK, Europe, and America. So I'm talking about Western ideals. We know about the ancient ways. We know about all the perks about having a man can have more babies. I do talk about that, and I do teach that when I'm promoting polygyny. But what I've done lately is really focus on the woman and her feelings, her concerns, and her Western ideals. We're part of a Westernized society. And the reason I say that is we have to really face the facts that women are hypergamous. So we want to always marry up, the fairy tale, you marry the Prince Charming, you live happily ever after. We're naturally hypergamous. We always want to be, naturally, we want to marry up. When I say that, he doesn't have to be filthy rich, but we want the security, even if we have our own careers. We want to know that a man can give us a comfortable life and give our progeny, his offspring, his children, a comfortable life. So that's the main thing I like to approach women with. Okay, I'm going to stop right there and explain myself a little bit more, because they took what I said and just dug ditches. Even if he has just a medium, average middle class life, he makes 25, 30,000, whatever a year, and you have no children. It's hypergamy doesn't just mean his income, first and foremost. However, this goes into kind of like what Kevin Samuels is teaching about high value. I don't like to call it high value, but shout out, rest in power to Kevin Samuels. I really respect him and love him as a brother. However, I don't like to use the word high value, because for me, everybody has value. The value isn't defined by your income bracket. It really isn't. Are women attracted to that? Of course, because women are hypergamous. The value is, listen to me carefully when I say this, is in, can he get it when we need it? Will he be able to get it even if it's not there? You really got to wrap your mind around that. I'm taking it to another level. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm telling you what it really is about, because I know for a fact people who have made 6 figures, 7 figures, husbands of wives, but things went badly and they were scared and there was no safety net really. They had so much, financial responsibility, and then all of a sudden he didn't have what they needed as far as income. That is when you can see the real value. The man who has nothing but can still take care of everything. He can figure it out, and he doesn't have to kill himself by doing it. You should be able to sit there with him and say, yes, that's a great idea. And guess what else we should do? Let's fix this and that. And he's like, oh, wow, I'm so glad I married you. Give me a kiss. Okay, yeah, I got this. And you could sit back and go, oh my God, yeah, we don't have all the money that we need. He's only making $30,000 a year, but guess what? He figured out how we can get this house. He's the one that, can do this. He figured out how we will be able to get up out of this. Yes, I love that. That's what I say is value. And that is a part of the hypergamy as well. Because why? Women like leaders. Anybody with that type of mindset is a leader. And it's a reflection of when he's around people. He's the center. He's the guy everybody's calling. People are always calling my dad. Always. I mean, everybody for everything. I was at work and then so-and-so did this. Okay, okay, Tham. Can you come over and fix this for me? It's not working. All right, I'll send so-and-so over there to do it. Did you have this happen? Check it. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, hang on. Oh, you know what? We were looking for you. Everybody's going to play the game and we want to have you come over cards. Oh, do it without me. It's not the same without you. That's what I mean by hypergamy. You look at that guy, the one who can do it even if it's not there. So I just wanted to point that out. But we're talking about polygyny, so I wanted to really let these ladies know. If he doesn't have, so you have to say it like that, because these are women, and they didn't like when me saying the West. What I'm saying is, when I said the women of the West, this woman came out and told us a story about people herding goats and planting peanuts. She didn't exactly say that in Africa. No American woman is going to listen to that while you're trying to tell them about polygyny and its perks and points. Nobody's going to, well, if she's spreading cow dung on the roof at night, it's her turn. That doesn't relate to a Western woman's life. So I, thankfully, have gotten to the point where I know how to appeal to women, our sisters in the West. When I say West, I mean not just America, not just Europe. I'm talking about the Caribbean, different islands. Women who are not living in an agricultural-based life or in a society. Okay, I'm talking about women who are on this panel and are on social media, women who say, like the sister Kim is, and I'm not doing that. That's not for me, but do what you want. Me telling her, well, you're going to need protection like a lot of the cults do, like the Hebrew Israelites saying, well, when you need you're going to be needing a man. Not even the cults. Now the manosphere is saying it. We're the passport guys. We're going to go get women. Sorry, those are still westernized women. They know that men lead and have everything, and they know how to humble down on the surface. Once you get them to America, they will quickly assimilate and have the same attitude and talk the same way. Remember Eddie Murphy's little skit that he did? I forgot, it was in Fufu. He was so happy he got her, and that was real when he said then he brought her to America, and the women were looking at her with the side eyes like, excuse me, that Eddie Murphy, and then she was like, Eddie, I want half, So you can't approach women of the West with, you better be glad that he wants you, and at least you're going to get a goat when you get married. No, what? No. We got to talk to the women, and we got to be realistic. And we still have to let them know it is about a man having multiple wives, but he will have to do it right. He can't just be, like I said, mistreating. So they brought up a lot of good points. I like when the one woman said, if this woman has that, the other woman should have it. That's right. She was on point. But when I say to them, the West, it triggered them because their cult teaches them, like most of us, not just their cult. When we hear the word the West, we say, oh, down with the West. But that's where we've been, raised in the programs that we're trying to break. However, it's not all negative to be in the West. It's not all negative. To be able to be in the West, in a country that's industrialized and commercialized, you know, and then be able to say, wait a minute, I know that I'm overindulgent. I know that I should live more of a minimalistic lifestyle. I know that I'm being a feminist. I know that this is a gynocracy. When you know these things, but you still don't say, down with the West. I hate it. I hate the rights that we have here. I hate that I have free speech. No, no, no. You have to balance it. So that's just what I'm trying to throw out there in case, you know, because they misunderstand me, because you're going to hear their response. And yes. Yeah, that was funny, the Raw special. Because I do talk about men being able to take care of multiple wives. I'm talking to the women. You shouldn't go into polygyny if a man can't take care of you. That's another point. I know it's a tough pill to swallow for a lot of brothers, but if you're going to go into polygyny, if he's telling you he wants you to do polygyny, but he's telling you he doesn't have to work. You guys, I know some of you are probably saying, oh my gosh, that's ridiculous, but a lot of men say that. He doesn't have to work. You all work. All of you bring the income and you figure it out, and he does other things. No, no. Because men are naturally polygynist, and women are naturally hypergamist. Like I'm a hypergamist, IST. I'm hypergamous, OUS. That's the ending, right? So if I'm naturally hypergamous, you better appeal to my hypergamy, because I'm catering to your natural polygyny in a functional way. So you need to cater to my hypergamy in a functional way. You need to take out a bunch of title loans, you know, or whatever they do to pay for stuff that I don't need, you know, but you do need to know, okay, I'm not going to tell her I'm doing polygyny and you got to go out and work 5 days a week, then come home and take care of the children. I told you have an extra babysitter. What's your problem? Your sister wife can help you. No. You can't do polygyny like that, brothers. You can if she's all right with it, but typically it will cause a woman to resent you. It could cause a lot of problems in your relationship. So if you want to do polygyny, you need to come into polygyny doing it to where a woman will be able to get what she wants, whatever you guys decide, and she will feel like, yeah, of course, he's the king. He can have multiple wives, and the king takes care of things. I hope I imparted myself well. So let me see what I said on here, what triggered them. I don't skirt around it like I used to, because I used to try to be on the fence and be more politically correct, because I did really, and I still do, want to stand for the men who innately are polygynists. So women are hypergamous, sisters, and men are polygynists, meaning men like to have multiple women. It's just something that's innate. We have to face these facts. So this is what I'm trying to say. When we realize, listen, if he's going to have more women, he's going to have to give me a comfortable life as well as pay attention to me. Because that's another thing about women. If we don't get attention, if I don't feel adored, I don't care if you have 1,000 wives. If I don't feel like the number one, not going to work out. That's what I say to my sisters that I counsel, and to couples. Oh yeah. I forgot to. I didn't even get to that part. Definitely, if you're in I kind of outlined it a little bit when I said, well, not outlined it. I gave an example where I said you'd see him spending time with the other woman. That's an issue. That's a problem. That causes that separates you in your connection and your intimacy, when you feel like he's not adoring me, he's not paying attention to me. Okay, so man build women maintain, right or wrong? I don't think I completely get that, but man build, women maintain. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Men build and women maintain. Yes. On the surface, at the foundation, but people say, no, that's not true. But at the foundation, yes. Women can build and maintain, and men can maintain as well. But typically, men build, women maintain. I agree with that. I mean, that's a deeper topic, but thank you for that comment. Peace, AAA, Elite Home Improvement, Natanya Cope. So what I'm saying here is it true. Women want attention, and we want to be adored by our mate. That's why you see a lot of dysfunction in social media. That's why you hear men who are male advocates for male men going their own way, MGTOW, IBMOR, introspective men of Black reform, or introspective Black men of reform, the manosphere. That's why you see men saying, oh, Tommy Sotomayor, she wants DNA. But that's what women naturally want, attention and adoration from their mate. That's the functional one. It's dysfunctional when you're always trying to get it in a negative way. And I don't mean women. I've had some here with these men who are dysfunctional and misogynist saying, yeah, women always on the internet trying to talk and teach. That's not trying to get attention. That's women doing what people do when they want to teach. I'm talking about always getting on the internet, twerking. I'm talking about the extreme stuff. Okay, I'm not talking about women who have voices and speak. I'm talking about even women who you can see when a woman is married, but she's still on the internet. I use the word, I shouldn't use twerking, but showing herself in bikinis. If she's not a model, I don't know how to, I take that part back. See, it's just like, you get what I'm saying? Women who are doing things that they clearly should not be doing on the internet on a regular basis, and you've never seen their husband, or you don't even know if they're married. So I shouldn't even use marriage. Basically, women want attention from their mate. You should be giving your mate adoration and attention if you're a man. Okay? So now I put it out there that if you see a woman on the internet acting up, she probably isn't getting the right attention from her husband. I don't know. Don't come for me. So I'm speaking on that right now, and then you'll see how they come back. But yeah, women want, you gotta be, if you're gonna do polygyny, you have to make her feel, she can't feel like, damn, he's rushing to get away from me to go over to see her. That's not gonna help your relationship. If he cannot take care of you financially and make you feel special, I don't mean like, okay, you got a hot dog, you got a hot dog. No, I mean, if he's got multiple wives, he's going to have to take care of you just like he has one wife that he loves, takes care of the children, and pampers, because we're women. That's what we like. Okay. So they didn't like the word pampers. They didn't like the word pampers because, again, they think I mean opulence. Look, take me out to the movies. That could be pampering. It's movie night. You don't have to cook tonight. Look, we're going to go have some sushi at happy hour. It's cheaper. That's pampering. You get what I'm saying? It depends on the woman. That's why I don't appreciate when women are like, if it's not Ruth's Chris, or like, why are you acting like he has to spend $300 on dinner or he doesn't love you? It's him doing things. That's where it's a challenge, because it forces a brother to be more creative. The tighter the budget, the more creative a brother should be. So, and when the man is more creative, the more it's a turn on. Why? It should be, not to women who are shallow, because you think, oh my gosh, he did all of this. He took the time to do this. But no, what do most women do in society? Not all, take that back, not most. A lot of women, a significant amount, too many. Oh my God, what's this corny? Oh, he put rose petals on the car seat. Like, oh my God, ugh, please. And then he's going to pull up to happy hour with me. Oh, hell no. See, that is the problem. Because he's trying to be creative. I'm not saying a man could just be chintzy, but I'm talking about marriage, by the way. Really, I'm mostly talking about marriage. She knows where his budget is. She knows what his finances are. So if she sees him doing something special for her, that's what I mean by pampering. And he has to do it for everybody. That's how it comes with it comes with the territory. You want to be polygynist? You want to be a polygynist and practice polygyny in marriage? Then do it right. See, then he says, I'll just go get me a side piece. Well, your side piece is going to cost a lot more than a wife. Why? Because you're pouring money into somebody who's not in your household, basically. I don't mean the actual house. I mean, she's not your wife. You've made it clear. You're my side piece. You think she wants to be a side piece all her life? She's thinking in her mind, if he doesn't marry me next year, I'm out. Wives don't think like that. Wives think, I'm his wife. He's doing this for me. You get what I'm saying? So, oh, Lord, that's a lot. So anyway, let me get back to what I was saying because I want you to see their reaction. Look at it that way. All the other perks of having someone to help us with the children, having someone to help us with the chores, all of that is secondary, because this is what I've had a lot of women tell me. I can get a maid, I can get a nanny. So that argument doesn't, or I'm sorry, those points don't always hold up when you're trying to work out moving into a polygynist relationship. So I'm going to give you one more piece of information, and then you can discuss it or react to it. Another myth of polygyny is, I say myths, is that a man can have as many wives as he wants. And I love the question that Sarah asked, what about the wife? No, you have a choice. You always have a choice. And yes, there are many men sneaking around because we're not doing polygyny correctly. They've already established wives. They've already had children. So it becomes complicated and there's a lot of problems involved. So if you're starting fresh, you meet somebody who says, listen, I'm honest. I do want to do polygyny. So you need to sit down with that man and say, okay, we're going to have to establish how many wives are going to be in this relationship. Just like you do in a monogamous marriage. You don't have to, what it said, he's got 2 wives and he said to you, I only want this other wife. And the next thing you know, he's coming to you and he's saying, I found a 3rd wife. If he established with you in your marriage, this is talking about individuals, in your marriage, that he only wanted 2 wives. Now there's an issue that he has to really come to you and explain, why are you making this change? So we have power. That's what I'm trying to say. It is very empowering when women know, okay, my husband has the right, natural right, not the right. It's a privilege. Let me say this. When you are married to a man or in your relationship, you give him the privilege of polygyny. But as a man, an individual, it's his God-given right, because men can, like all the points I brought up, men can reproduce with more than one woman, but it's not his right with you as an individual woman. It's not his right with Neeks, Sarah. No, it is his privilege. He has to come to you and say, do you want to do polygyny? Okay. 2 wives, 3 wives? Okay. So you see what I'm saying? So this is what we need to discuss. I love my beautiful sisters. Those are all honest, true points about men being able to, Okay, I want to elaborate a little bit more on what I said. Yeah, so I talked about that earlier. Gang, I've been in here for a while. I wasn't even going to stay. I got in here at 11. So basically, yeah, if he comes to you and says in the beginning, honestly, yeah, I want to do polygyny, if he hasn't started, if you're not the second wife, then you have to make it clear. Okay, how many wives are going to be in this marriage? I like to make that point that, you know, because we have brothers like, oh, you know, Solomon had 1,000 wives, or the brother that said 600. I believe that was a king there. It might not have been. However, I know a lot of Africans, they are doing polygyny correctly for the most part. I'm talking about on the continent. And they're taking care of their wives and their families for the most part. I'm not saying all of them. So, and I'm not saying Western men or American men aren't doing that. I'm just pointing that about the African part. But if you come to a man and he's like, I want to have 2 wives, or I want to have 3 wives, he needs to make that clear. Because now it doesn't always mean like you have to be like, nope, I'm divorcing you. You said 3 cap and you try and bring this 4th woman in. But you need to know, as a man, you want to look like you're a man of your word. You want to be stable. You don't want her looking at you and resenting you. You said 2, or you said 3. Now you're bringing this 4th woman in. And by the way, why do we need this 4th woman? I would ask that question. What the hell? You only make $50,000 a year, or 60. And you're in love with her that much that you're about to jeopardize this whole marriage? We got something working here. And then typically the averages are low. The statistics are low that he's going to side piece her or make her secret. Because if he is the right man who stands by his word and he knows that you're right, he's going to say, you know what? Oh, these women are a headache. I already have 3 wives. She has to be super, super outstanding. She has to be a unicorn. You know how they say that in the manosphere? Or was it called a narwhal? Not all women are like that. I think it's it. A narwhal. Not all women are like that. Or narwhal. Yeah, that's what they call it, narwhal. But so he needs to lay the foundation with you at the beginning. Now, you don't have to take my advice. This is my advice. Some people don't do that. They say, if I meet 5 women, I'm married. Okay, well, look forward to having miserable wives. Look forward to women suppressing their feelings and talking about you behind your back. Look forward to having your other wives Voltron up against you and the new extra wife that was a surplus to them. Look forward to that. You might not see it at first, but it will surface. You will see it. You will see it. Unless she comes in. See, there's always this exception. Unless she comes in and she's like, oh, sisters, I don't want to make any problems. And she really means that. Usually they don't. They're just trying to butter you up. I'm not being negative or bitter. I'm being honest. So what am I saying? You got to be straightforward with your wife. If you want more than 2 wives, you need to say, I don't know. I don't know how many women I'm going to want. You can't lock me in. Be the man. Obviously you're already with a woman who has no problem with you asserting your dominance. I'm gathering. I don't know. Then she leaves it alone. But if you sit down with her, then she knows, damn, he might come in. This might be a 6, 7 woman marriage. I hope he can do it. I want to see where this goes. Because some women don't even think it out like that. A lot of people don't. So what am I saying? In this statement that I made with them, I said, if he wants you to be a part of multiple wives, he has to take care of you. He has to make you feel adored. He has to make sure that you get the attention that you need. Who can do that? It's tough. A lot of men can do it, right? But it's hard. So the reason I say it like that is, brothers, it's not always beneficial for you to have all these women, like 4, 5, 6. After a while, oh Lord, I can't even imagine. And I'm not talking about the love-making part. I mean, just like, you got to have everybody getting along. Everybody has to get along. Now, does that mean that what I'm saying is that's not impossible? But the more people you bring in, you better be ready to deal with more drama, more stress. Somebody's saying, oh, I need you over here. You never spend time with me. I'm going to spend time with you. I just need to go over and spend time with so-and-so. Baby, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll do this for you. Put it right. And then later on you forget. Oh, shit, I told you that, didn't I? Oh, I was with wife number 17. I'm sorry, baby. Next time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not always a walk in. It usually is stressful for a man the more wives he has. When I speak about polygyny and men being, doing it, I'm talking about, this is me again. I know there are men who have 20 wives out there, but I'm saying from what I've seen, what I've learned, what I've experienced and hearing from couples, 3 wives is max enough. It meets the needs of the man as far as him in his how do you say, in his psychology and in his biology. He has that variety that he rightfully has wired in him. He has the satisfaction of that. He's got multiple wives. If he does have 2, he meets those needs. If he has 3, he meets those needs. When you start going into 4, 5, 6, again, this is just, I'm talking about for our society and from what I've seen with relationships. Is it impossible? No. Do more problems come with it in our society? 100%. Okay. And even I'm sure in the other, in unindustrialized societies, but all the man needs to do is say, no goat milk for you tonight. And you get extra dung duty on the roof. And then she gets back in line. And I'm being serious. I'm talking about the Maasai. You get it? She's like, damn, I better be chill and get in line. I don't want them sending me out into the wilderness or back to my family so I can be embarrassed like a shame. And on the way when I'm leaving, the women get to hit me with sticks. This really happens. So I digress. So let's see how they react to what I say. And then I'll be wrapping it up soon. Oh my gosh, it's 2:30. I didn't even do any of my studies, but it was important to do this with you guys. And I hope I can do it again soon. I appreciate you all being here so late. Those of you who are on the East Coast. The menstrual cycle. Let me go back. Relationship. You give him the privilege of polygyny, but as a man, an individual, it's his God-given right, because men can, like all the points I've brought up, men can reproduce with more than one woman, but it's not his right with you as an individual woman. It's not his right with Neeks, Sarah. No, it is his privilege. He has to come to you and say, do you want to do polygyny? Okay. 2 wives, 3 wives? Okay. So you see what I'm saying? So this is what we need to discuss. I love my beautiful sisters. Those are all honest, true points about men being able to, the menstrual cycle, the extra daycare. But we really, as women, need to really start approaching this where we feel comfortable. And so if we could talk about polygyny in that way, then I think we would make more, you know what I'm saying, cover more ground. So I'm throwing that out there and seeing if we can discuss it in a more Western realistic way, where women aren't just sitting there going, oh, I wonder when I'm going to get to sleep with my husband. Oh, well, maybe I'll get a hat today. She got new shoes. No, you know what I mean? So, all right, sisters, I'm going to go ahead and hand it back over to you. Anybody want to chime in? You can.
Yeah, I really like the points you raised there. Is it Napah? Napah?
Yes, Napah.
Napah. Okay. Yeah, for me, I'm curious to know how it would work in the West with our westernized thinking.
Okay, real quick. I just want to give you, I won't do this long. Notice how she comes in and she gets it. It resonates with her. Watch what happens once she comes in and it resonates with her, because she said, I'm curious about the West, because they're all talking about what's happening on the continent of Africa in agricultural societies. That's not resonating with women. At the end of the day, men in the West want the women in the West to get on board with polygyny, the ones who want polygyny. You're not going to be able to get them on board and get them to relate to it if you're telling them about what women in the Maasai, well, actually, I think Maasai is also matriarchal, but women in like agricultural, rural, undeveloped or underdeveloped, or you should say third world countries are doing. That's not that no woman in the UK is going to say, "Oh, that sounds good. I'll sign up." Oh, so they get an extra goat? Oh yeah, I want to do it. You know what I mean? Nobody's so when she comes in and she gives me positive feedback, watch the Casati come in. Oh my God, watch what happens. I haven't watched this for over a year. This was last year.
That's I don't know that it would work in the West.
Husband,
for me, I am
sisters. I'm gonna go ahead and hand it back over to you. Anybody want to chime in? You can.
Yeah, I really like the points you raised there. Is it Napah? Napah?
Yes, Napah.
Napah. Okay. Yeah, for me, I'm curious to know how it would work in the West with our westernized thinking. I don't know that it would work in the West, but for me, I feel at this perspective, I would happily have a traditional marriage, but I don't know if it could work here. But again, if I am elsewhere, my mindset would have to shift into a space at being okay with it. But it all comes down to the open honesty of it all, and I think that's a massive factor.
And that is the key. When I said respect, I meant the transparency, the not lying. Because remember, the sister made the comment how the guy lied to her. No, it's not going to work. So you might as well, if you really love a woman and you really think you want to keep her, don't lie to her. It's very damaging.
Which I think it's almost like polygamy. It's kind of like this whispered, this hush-hush thing, when actually, as you say.
Real quick, think about it. Here's a scenario. You tell her from the jump, I'm in the UK, it's 10:30 a.m. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad you're here. You're still here. And thank you for your earlier comment. It really helped with my commentary. Let me say this. So if you don't mind, I'm going to use your situation, okay? Again, because you put the comment up. So imagine if he would have told you. Now, I'm not saying you would have done this, but you can respond with feedback. If you loved him, I don't know how deep the relationship, but I'm assuming you loved him. You might still love him, but he hurt you and you left. Imagine if he would have said to you, listen, hybrid angel, yeah, I'm going to do polygyny. And yeah, this is what I do. I love you. God, you're my dream girl. But I want you to know I'm doing polygyny. And then you say, I'm so glad you told me that, Frank. I know his name isn't Frank. Sorry, I shouldn't even use that name. I'm glad you told me that, boyfriend, fiance, whoever he is, because I'm not doing it. Hybrid angel just wants monogamy, but I respect you. It hurts, but I'm going to go. You guys break up, right? You see him building. You see him with the wife, see him with another wife, and they're happy. Now, I'm not saying you personally would say, dang, I really wish, because you might be happy and married, but you would be looking at him with respect, like, wow, they're happy. Well, that wasn't for me, but you know what I like about him? I know those women aren't being lied to. I know you're going to feel good about it. So I'm not going to use you personally anymore. And I'm going to say this. Let's say a woman. Now, this is for me. If it were me, I'll use myself personally. This didn't happen, but if it did. If a man came to me and said, look, I want to do polygyny. And I say, nope, sorry. You are my dream man, but I'm not doing it. He says, wow, bye. You know, this Whitney Houston, I will always love you, blah, blah, blah. So I see him and he's building. I mean, they're doing fun things. They've got families and houses. He's kissing them, spanking one on the boo. Thank baby, go give me a drink in there. Oh, I love you so much. That's my wife. That's my queen. Don't you do? And I'm sitting here like, maybe I should have done it. And I'm not regretting it more than I would be saying this. Listen to this. I'm going to call him up. That's what we do. That's what women do. That's what we do. At least I would. If I was single, I'm married, but I'm saying if I was single, and I saw him and he was my dream man. Only reason I didn't do it is because he said he wants poly. I don't even have to say, hey, I want to do it. Seem desperate, like, wow, I saw you have 2 wives. You did it. Then you know how it goes. I always wanted you there, though. And then you might come into the poly. But don't go in there trying to make him get rid of everybody. I'm saying if you feel like, damn, it doesn't look so bad. Of course, you don't rush into it. You get to know the other women. You're like, I'm always here anyway. I'm always at the barbecues and helping everybody clean up, taking care of the babies. Y'all, and you guys are the ones telling me, why don't I just marry him? That happens, by the way. Sister wives will say, God, I wish you were our sister wife. You're awesome. That happens. So I wanted to throw that scenario out for the brothers. So it's better to just be honest. You never know. If she was meant for you, she'll be there for you. She might come back. It might work out. But if you lie to her, like what happened to Hybrid Angel, you're going to be a stain on her heart, just a wound, a healed wound, because you lied. You made yourself the bad guy. Get what I'm saying? Think if her comment said something like, oh, there's a man I was in love with him. He was awesome. And what I loved about him is that he told me up front he wanted polygyny. I'm a woman of monogamy, but I'll never forget that. And I respect him for that. That could have very well have been her comment. But no, he came in and lied. And then he tried to, he added insult to injury. Like she's a dummy, fufu. Like stupid, like, well, God said it's because I'm a Muslim. Excuse me, don't do that. So I just wanted to point that out. Always tell the truth. Give her a choice, because if it really is real, and if she really loves you and you really love her, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna work out. She might come back, and if she doesn't, oh well, she met somebody else who does monogamy, and the saga continues. So we started from scratch again. Not everyone can handle the truth. Oh yeah, that's true. But they have to handle it. That's the thing about the truth. We need to handle it. Let me see what the sister says. She says, you're right. If I saw him happy with several wives, I would respect him. Those are my boundaries. Unfortunately, he tells a lot of stories. Exactly. Because he's dysfunctional. That's the dysfunctional polygyny I'm talking about. He's doing it in a dysfunctional way. Imagine if more, like the comment earlier when the brother said we'd have less problems if people would just be honest. If we had more people, more men standing up, they say, we want to be the man. You women don't want us to be men. Well, be a man. Being a man is telling the truth to a woman when you meet her. Essentially, you're afraid of her. Essentially. When you lie to her, you're afraid of her. It's not about just being afraid that you'll lose her. You're afraid. You're afraid of her. But you say you want to be dominant. Dominance means, I do polygyny. What's going on? How do you feel about that? I love you. Oh, you don't want to do it? Well, I'm just letting you know. I'm here, baby, but I do polygyny. See, because another thing is, he's not going to tell you to leave. He's not going to say, I do polygyny. You do monogamy, get out of here. No, he's gonna stay there. If you let him keep coming in as a privilege, spending time with you, making love to you, then you are giving him the privilege, and he already told you, I do polygyny. So it would be her saying, sorry, I'm not giving you the privilege of having my time or me intimately. I'm moving on. He should respect that, and she will respect him, because she'll say, that's a man. It's just not the type of husband I want. But like you saw, the sister said, she said she would respect him. If you lie, you will be looked at as a boy. You will be looked at as a damaged boy. She will not. When I say boy, I don't mean like, can I have my basketball back? I mean, she's looking at you like, you're not ready to lead me. You can't even tell the truth. You messed my whole world up. I got to pick up the pieces. How could I let you lead? You lied. You couldn't even tell me the truth. See, but brothers out there who are not telling their wives, I'm not knocking you. I'm not calling you boys. Well, I guess maybe I am knocking you, but I'm not saying men are boys. I'm saying this is the issue where women don't respect men in leadership roles because they've had that happen to them in the past. It's hard to bounce back from that kind of lifetime trauma. That's lifetime trauma. You know, that's another thing. People think, well, they make the songs about a broken heart is no, that's trauma, okay? You're hitting the core of somebody when you are in a relationship and then someone lies to you. That is infidelity. There are religious groups like Hebrew Israelites and Muslims who, like the brother told her, it's not infidelity. I'm not cheating, because God said, no, you lied to me. You lied to me. That means you're unfaithful. How does it mean you're unfaithful? Because I had faith in you and the faith wasn't real. The faith didn't work out. I mean, and it's your fault. So you're unfaithful. You are practicing infidelity. But if you're honest, you are clean, strong, seen as a leader. You just saw the sister. She doesn't know me. I didn't pay her to say that. She said, I would respect him. Imagine all the relationships. Imagine all the women out there if it went the other way and men stood their ground and said, I'm going to have multiple women. Not, oh, you knew I was a player. No, don't do that. You're going to vocalize it. You're going to say who you are. You're not going to play that pimp hand. You're going to be honest. And then she has nothing hanging over you to say, you don't lead well, or you're not a real man. She's going to see you as a real man. And I promise you, when the climate changes in that way, which I'm talking about the West compared to the East, then women will start to, I predict women will not see polygyny as, oh, hell no, because women are seeing polygyny as, oh, hell no, because of all the lying, because of all the pain, because of all the trauma. You know what? Brothers don't like hearing this a lot of times because they think it's blaming. No, I'm giving you the power. We're saying it's up to you how you handle it. I'm saying stand up for yourself and say, I want to have multiple women. I'm not going to lie. You get it? Then think of your testosterone levels. I would imagine that would pump your testosterone level up. Like, hell yeah, I'm a man. I said what I feel. Look, I love her, but I got to be a man for her. I can't let her see me lying and sneaking and running around like a little rat, like a little baby. Oh shit, she looked at my phone. You feel real come on now. Now I gotta say it. How many times have you brothers gotten busted? Somebody looking through your phone and you feel stupid. Well, she shouldn't look through your phone don't fall for that, ladies. Don't fall for that, brothers, both of you. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't have a good relationship just because you looked in a phone. Or no. How about this? Nice try. If I pick up a phone and I look in it as a wife and I see infidelity, the first thing you get to say is, shouldn't have looked in his phone? Shame on you. For centuries, I'm going to take back centuries, for decades, women have been taking their husband's laundry before we had cell phones. Oh, come on now. I got to talk to you, family. I'm getting fired up over here. Women have been doing their husband's laundry and come across, what the hell is this? I know this isn't my lipstick color. I don't even wear lipstick. Wait, what? Chanel number 5. Oh, hell no. This smells like Chanel number 5, and this is not my lipstick. Let me go check some other stuff. Oh, see, that's why. What do they say? It was right away. See, you don't feel secure in your relationship. It's your fault. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Men are naturally polygynist. Men are natural polygynists. So women are natural detectives. I'm CSI, okay? And that's not saying that I think, oh, he's a cheater. It's not that. It's like, if something is off, something is off. 9 times out of 10, a woman, if a man does it, I feel bad for a brother that has to do that. I love you, brother, but if you're going through your woman's phone at that point, you already had some signs that you should have already checked her on or moved on. So it's different. I'm saying women. If a woman gets to the point where she's actually looking to look in his phone, she already knows she's been seeing it. She didn't just wake up one day like, I love you, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I'm going to go brush my teeth and get breakfast. And then instantly she's like, and then I'm going to look through your phone. No, something happened. She went in there to brush her teeth, and then she heard you on the phone like, oh, yeah, you know, I was going to call you last night, but hold on. I got to go. Then she's like, oh, what? Who is that? You see what I mean? It's a buildup. Then he's like, oh, no, it's nobody. I heard you say you couldn't call somebody because what does he say? Gaslighting. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, baby. What's wrong? Either he tries to sweet talk you, give you a kiss and tries to distract you, or he's like, oh, here we go. You're going to start some negative stuff. So then you got to leave it alone. But see, the seed is planted. Now, some of you might just go to the phone right away, but most of you just let it go. Next thing you know, somebody calls. You hear a woman's voice on the phone. You're not insecure. You're not doubting the relationship, but you hear a woman's voice and you're like, he's talking really weird to her. You're cooking, nothing. But then the file is being built. So then you pick up the phone and look through it. See, all of that happens because a man didn't say, you know what? I'm going to tell you from the beginning. I'm polygynist. I am a polygynist. I'm going to practice it. I think it's awesome. I want you to be a part of it. I love you. That can all be avoided. That wouldn't even be an issue. Because if you do find a number or a conversation, and he told you, I want to do polygyny, brothers, what she has no leg to stand on. In fact, why is she going through your phone? If he listen, the minute you hear a woman, you say, oh, are you trying to do polygyny? Let me know because you said you want to do it. And then he'll be honest, like, yeah, there is this woman. You get my, and so it all goes back to honesty and maturity. Nobody likes to get shocked to find out, oh my God, why is he talking to her like this? That's what he says to me. Oh, he's never doing that to me again. Oh, hell no. He did that. Oh, that's what he said he'll do. He did to her. Nope, I'm not doing it anymore because he didn't even tell me that he wants to be with another woman. He lied to my face. And then you look dumb as a man when she comes and brings you, shows you, what is all this? And you sit there and you just look like you feel, I know you must feel like an idiot. I don't even want to say boy. Like, what do you say? I'll tell you what you say. If you were honest and you stood on your own 2 feet as a man, you say, yeah, but look, baby, I told you I'd do polygyny. I want to. And you said it's okay. Then she can't say you're a liar. She can't call you a cheater. What she'll have to do is say, well, I wish you would have come to me. Okay, let's talk about it. Who is she? What's she like? See? It's so good. It helps both sides. It's so much better for you as a man, for your testosterone levels. You don't want to feel emasculated and stupid and like a little boy, like, damn, I'm busted. The hell? You don't bust it. You don't bust the head of the household. My father, I wish my father would feel busted when I was a child. Never. My mother could never bust my father because my father was honest and he was a polygynist. Rest in power. And my mother wouldn't never, well, who was this? My mom never would do anything like that because she knew what time it was. But that's a different topic. They're old school. Now we have more communication. I think women should be able to say, well, who is she? What's she like? I need to meet her. It's like, baby, I'm so great. I was going to introduce you to her. See, I was going to. So cool. That's awesome. That doesn't emasculate him. He's not simping out by saying, baby, I was going to introduce you, because she believes him. Why does she believe him? Because he said he wants to do polygyny. Why would she not believe him? Then he could be like, he could legitimately be like, and why did you go through my phone? Instead of like a guy who lies and says he does monogamy, then she busts him, sees that he's cheating. I hope you're hanging on these words. Sees that he's cheating. He can't ask her why she went through his phone. Oh my God. How are you asking her why she went through your phone when she sees nudes and sees you talking that you had sex with her and that you asking for love? You don't get to ask her why she went through your phone when you lied and said you do monogamy, but she found you cheating on her, doing dysfunctional polygyny. Check. So for your manliness, for your man as a man with your manhood and your strength and your leadership and your masculinity, lying is not the way. I know it's tough, but break the programs. Stop lying. Men are breaking all kinds of programs. Break that program, men. Stop lying to your woman off the bat. And if you can't, let's say, you decided, you never told her, you're already married, but you want to do polygyny, go and sit down with her and tell her, I want to do polygyny. If she says, oh, hell no, I'm leaving, you got to look at her in the face and be like, well, baby, you know what? We need to talk because I don't want you to leave, but I got to be honest with you. I don't want to be a cheater. I don't want to be a liar. I don't want to feel embarrassed when you find out that I'm interested in somebody. Now that's just me. I don't know. I haven't been looking in the chat, so. Oh, wow. Peace, Ramel. Let me read this. The best potential wife is one who a boy grew up with and has known from childhood and teenage years. Yeah, that's good. If somebody has that, a high school sweetheart, both families know of the other, common grounds, familiar settings. Yes, that's wonderful, but a lot of people don't have that. I agree. AAA says most relationships end with either the man or woman discovering lies. One of the other's lies, right? Honesty is always the best policy. I have been happy with one woman for several years. The lies killed it. Oh, wow. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, peace, Ramel. So let me just let you hear. Kevin Beckford said, love is unconditional. Yeah, that's true. It is unconditional. I'm not saying people can't bounce back from all the lies and everything, but what about the heartache and all the trauma? We're trying to avoid it. We're trying to minimize our trauma in life. But yeah, love overcomes all. I'm glad you made that. Let me put that up on the screen. After everything I'm saying, love will overcome everything, but you have to love yourself first. And I don't mean be selfish. I mean, you love your soul child. So a lot of people, like you heard the sister say what happened to her with her Muslim man. And then you heard AAA say lies killed it. A lot of people, understandably, cannot bounce back from that. So let's finish up hearing what I say, and then I want you to see what Kasadi comes in. She's a little heated. She's like, saying polygyny isn't about sex. Oh, my God. I'm not even saying it's about sex, but first and foremost, it's about a man getting a wife for sex and companionship. He's not getting another wife because he wants somebody to babysit for his first wife.
It could be quite an empowered setup to have, but it's
not her. After she speaks, she's resonating with me and she aligns with what I say. But let's keep listening.
It just needs to have more open and honest discussions such as this around it, because yes. I think once everybody knows where they are, then fantastic. Because as Sanuka mentioned, it's very, polygamy is happening, but maybe the women do know or don't know, but it's not an open discussion. Therefore, it can create the problems that arise. But I think if everybody is honest with everybody else and honest with themselves and how they would actually feel about it, then it's a totally different conversation.
Right. And real quickly, what you said about honesty, that's the part of the respect. Yes, you will. That's another one of the myths, by the way. A man who his wife agrees to polygyny, he may just get another wife. If he has two wives, he'll get a third wife and not tell the wives. That is not good. That is actually, you're cheating. Yeah. So that's a myth. Some myths said like a man can't cheat when you're lying and when you're not being honest. you're cheating me because I'm your partner, or we're your 2 other wives. You should be honest when you bring someone else in. So I just wanted to jump in and say, wonderful point with the honesty thing. Yes.
Can I just quickly say, though, it's not the man's choice to choose a second or third wife. It's for the first wife to choose that.
Oh, whoa. She's so off base, bless her heart. Not exactly. No, remember, she's coming out of a radical mindset because she's in a group where they teach this. No, it is not. She said it's not a man's right on who the second wife will be. He's marrying her. She's saying she's overshooting when she's trying to please the women or whatever they taught her. No, you don't get to say to a man, you don't get to choose your second wife. I do. Some men are okay with that because they're like, at least I get a second wife, but not exactly. It has to be a balance. I'll say this 3 times. If he's choosing another wife, it has to be a balance. I will say it again. Anytime he brings a woman in, it has to be a balance. Why? Because everyone is in that marriage. So if he brings another woman in, the first wife has to get along with her. The first wife has to say, I like her. Now, does he have to get rid of her if the first wife says, oh, hell no, she's got 36, 24, 42, and I'm over here looking like olive oil? She can't come in this marriage. You know what I'm saying? She can't just say, no, I don't like her. You never even talked to, I don't care. I don't like her. But you don't even know her. I said I don't like her. No, she has to really have legitimate reasons, and he has to see those reasons and be able to align with her and say, yeah, I see it. Then if he really loves that woman, he should try to work it out with his wife to where they start to get along. He has to take his time. He doesn't want to rush another woman into the marriage. If they don't get along and he's taking his time, then he shouldn't bring her into the marriage because his wife is not wanting her in there. Now, let me just clear this up. When I say take his time, I don't mean be sleeping with the woman for a year. I mean, take his time, like, let me get to know her before you start sleeping with her. Let me go to lunch, bring her over for dinner, get to know her. That will help people take their time jumping in bed together, by the way. Now, remember, we're talking about women who agree to do polygyny. Okay. And discretion, you got to go by your own discretion. If you're a man and you know your wife is just salty, she just doesn't want you to do polygyny, then it's kind of hard for you to bring another woman in, any woman that she'll say I like. We're talking about women who are like, yeah, I'm fine with the second wife. Does that mean that the wife can't meet somebody and go, oh my God, you would be a perfect sister wife. I'm introducing you to my husband. That's not the same as telling him, this is the wife you're going to marry. You know what I mean? You could bring somebody to him, but that doesn't mean that he has to marry her. And what she's saying is the husband doesn't get to choose the second wife. The wife does. Yeah, but no, that's not fair. You both have a say-so in it. But at the end of the day, he's the one who's the man marrying her. Yes, he's bringing her into your life, so you have a say-so. But he also will be able to see, are you just saying you don't like her because you're jealous? Or is she actually causing some issues? Because in marriages where women are already poly, they're okay with that. They're already polygynous, wives in a marriage with a polygynist. They're not going to just be like, no, don't bring anybody in. They're going to look at the woman. They're going to see how she gets along with her. And if it usually is something legitimate, usually. And if it's not legitimate, he can see it. If she's just like, I just don't like the bitch, he's going to see, oh, it's not her. If he sees the woman being loving and kind to the first wife, and the first wife is like, I don't like her. So I'm just saying it's up to his discretion and her discretion. But no, it's not right for her to say, for this woman on the panel to say, the second wife, the wife gets to choose the second wife, the husband doesn't. Heck no. She's talking from radical, cultish, Eastern, underdeveloped or undeveloped countries, third world country, agricultural society mindset. She's off the charts with it, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Let's listen again.
Yes.
Can I just quickly say, though, it's not the man's choice to choose a second or third wife. It's for the first wife to choose that. And that's how it, I'm talking from a traditional aspect. So it's not the man goes out and finds a woman and says, yes, he wants it. No, because marriage is not between two individuals. It's between families. It's families coming together. So traditionally, it would be the first wife choosing the second and third wife.
Right. I do want to jump in and talk about that. And remember, now that is true in some cultures, because there are matriarchal cultures where the woman chooses the wife. But again, we're talking realistically. You could definitely bring I've had friends that I said, dang, I wish you were my sister wife. But anyway, you can bring a friend in. You don't have to be, it depends on how you do it. Bring around your husband if you want to bring a sister wife. However, men have the right to choose, who they want to marry, just like women have the right. Think about it. You wouldn't want your husband bringing, we don't do polyandry. Well, I don't know about anyone else. You wouldn't want your husband bringing somebody to you saying, I want you to marry this person. No, you're doing this polygamy or, this polyandry. I wouldn't want anyone bringing someone to me saying, I have to marry this particular man. So it gets, we want to keep it balanced where we don't infringe on anybody's rights, so to speak. So I don't recommend telling sisters, you get to pick the wives and he doesn't. But I do say, hey, work it out with your husband. If he's okay with that, I'm going to tell you, from experience, 9 times out of 10, that doesn't work. What you'll get is he's getting frustrated. He'll pick the woman that you want, that you bring to him, and then he'll go hide and start seeing somebody that he does want to be with out of resentment. That's just what I've seen happen in those types of situations. So yes, in a traditional African culture and matriarchal cultures, the woman picks the other woman and the man just is okay. But we're talking about, Western society. And so I recommend that if you want to bring a sister in that you like, bring her in, but don't expect to have your husband, who usually, by the way, in most polygynous relationships, we have women who are somewhat traditional, where they think, the man is the head. So that doesn't fit with, I'm saying usually, there are probably relationships that are not like that. But usually if you're trying to do polygyny, the man is the head of the marriage, not the tyrant, not somebody beating you over the head, and you're not a doormat, but he is the head. So it typically, I've seen, it hasn't worked out where a woman says, okay, we'll do polygyny, but I get to pick the women. The man will say, okay, just so he can do polygyny, but down the line, you'll see some problems arise. So that's just my actually professional or personal experience in with polygyny. Not personal experience in my life, but seeing that. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm just throwing that out there. I respect what you said, Cassatt. I'm just letting sisters know. Often when you tell a man we can do polygyny, but I get to pick all the women, he starts to become dishonest, resentful, and then we have the cheating going on.
Boom. No, really though, really, she didn't like that. But if he's already the head, because you're giving him the privilege of having polygyny and you're on board. You can't tell him who to marry. That's what she's actually saying. You can't say, I'm going to pick all the wives, though. Like I said, he'll say yes just because he wants to do polygyny. But then he'll be sitting there thinking, wait a minute, I like this woman, but she's telling me I have to pick her cousin Jumanji, or whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm going to finish this up. So.
Could I just say, listening to the two different versions, because that's what it's coming across as. We've got the traditional cultural one, and then we've got the westernized one. And what came to mind, it was a case of, as in most things, it depends on how you interpret it, or you might water it down to make it convenient for yourself. So it may start off one way, but we're thinking, I do like the idea, but, and then we start to tweak it and twerk it and to make it convenient for ourselves, and it becomes diluted, and then the main theme or the original gist seems to just go out of the window, because I'm hearing the traditional and I'm like, oh, but then you're hearing the modern and you're like, So it's like between the two of them, it's like, and I think it's just mankind and what they do. They do it in religion, they do it in law, where they'll take a piece and then they will make it convenient for themselves to twist it. They'll interpret it how better benefits them.
Okay, let me speak on what she's right. The wording she's using, I don't care that she's saying twisted and convenient. If you want to use that wording, yeah, because in our society, women don't have to just sit back and milk goats and coat the roof with donkey dung and then watch their husband amass wives. And in our culture, men don't have to, in order for them to be able to have the luxury and the privilege of getting what they are wired biologically to do, which is have multiple wives. Men don't have to have a woman say, well, I'm about to pick Big Bertha, and she's my BBW best friend at work, and she my ride or die. No, you don't get to pick his wife, and he doesn't have a say so. Now, do you get to say, I don't like that wife you picked? 100%. See, so she's right. She's absolutely right. If that's twisting and making it convenient, so be it. But you don't have to sit back, both sides. You don't get to force him to marry the most unattractive woman that you feel comfortable with in the house. You get what I'm saying? And he doesn't get to tell you, I get to have as many wives as I want. You don't get to tell me who or what or when. Just get in there, lay down, and I'll be there in a minute when I finish up with these 3. No. So yes, I'm agreeing with her, but I just want to point that out. If that's twisting and making things convenient, hallelujah.
I'm not quite sure, but that, it's just interesting to hear, because it's like 2 different types, 2 different versions of the one thing type.
Wow, that's a good point. And you know what? That's exactly correct, because even with me, I started, the more I encountered more couples, more women who were like, this isn't working out. You need a strong foundation. You'd even need contracts. Some people say, okay, polygyny is illegal. No, polygyny isn't illegal. Bigamy is illegal in the United States, where you go to different courts and get legal documentation through the judicial system as saying you're married. But what you mentioned, Sarah, in a polygynist, I say polygynist.
Let me pause that because I want to address something that I heard recently on YouTube. Somebody who was starkly opposed to polygyny, which people have the right to be, just like many people have. The sister came in and said, and the other sister. However, when you put out misinformation because you're ignorant about the actual lifestyle and the legalities, when you say polygyny is illegal, you show your ignorance. Now, does that mean you're a stupid person? No, you could be the most intelligent person. But when you start to say inflammatory, that's like what you're doing is putting out propaganda against something. If you don't like it, bless you, love you, thank you, do you. However, when you don't like it and then you give misinformation about it, now you're working against something, and I'm an advocate for it. I'm an activist. I haven't done very much strong activism for it lately, but I have in the past and I'm going to get back to getting laws changed. Getting laws changed. It's happening. Okay. In Utah now, it is not a federal offense. It's not a felony either. Okay. Oh, scratch that. It's not a felony. It's not a felony. Scratch the federal offense part. It's not a felony to have multiple wives. Because why? It's because in Utah, there is a strong presence of polygynist men, well, husbands, because of the Mormon base. Also, why did polygyny even become, why did multiple marriage on contract through the judicial system become illegal? Because it was outlawed in the 1920s. They were saying, meaning the government and society, that the Mormons were getting too much advantages. They were getting too much, legally. Having all those wives, they had much more advantages as citizens more than others. So it was outlawed. Do you see the power in it? So going back to what I said, it's not illegal, but somebody was on the internet bashing it, saying it's illegal. It's against it's not illegal if you do not practice bigamy. You do have to be careful. You need to get legal advice. You have to deal with people who can guide you, specialists, people like me, experts in telling you what kind of contracts to do. You can't have a contract saying certain language that could get you in trouble, even if it's not through the judicial system. Now, when I say in trouble, I'm not saying locked up for being a bigamist, but you could have some legal issues, some, whatever, whether they're criminal or civil. So, but is it possible to have more than one wife without going through the courts? Of course it's possible. Is polygyny illegal? No, it is not. You can sleep with as many people as you want in America and in the UK, I believe. So when you decide to have something beyond the judicial system, because right now it's illegal to practice bigamy. You can't go into the court and say, I want a marriage license for this person, and this person. You can't do that. See how the laws change, though? See how the laws changed for homosexual marriage? Laws can change, and they will change. You will be able in the future to say, I want to marry these 3 people. If people advocate enough for it, if they do enough activism for it. But back to what I said, no, it's not illegal. It's not illegal to have civil unions. Remember that phrase, to have civil unions and multiple people. I just want to clear that up. Let me read this hybrid angel, what she says. She says, in the UK, the reason it is illegal was to do with extreme abuse. She may be talking about it from a British legal register point of view rather than separate. Yes, she's definitely talking about it is illegal, definitely in the UK. I didn't know that it was because of the abuse, but I know it's illegal there. And it is illegal here because of, now, maybe it's the same there. I don't know when you say abuse, if you're talking about women being abused, but here it was people taking advantage of certain, not civil liberties, but what is it called? Where just certain societal, no, that's not the right language. God, it's late. Okay, like when the federal government gives you extra of something because you're married, or you get a break because of marriage. So it was to the point where there was abuse of the system, I guess, here. So I didn't know about the history of why it's illegal there, but I know here it was based on people were focusing on the Mormon community, and it essentially became outlawed. That's just the backstory. There's much more to that, though, but I can't go into that right now. It's late, and hopefully I'll do a part 2. I don't know. But again, I wanted to address that because there are ways for you to obviously have a real marriage without getting locked up by abusing the court system. You can avoid being a bigamist and still have multiple wives. You can avoid being a bigamist and still be in a polyamorous relationship. Just want to make that clear.
Meaning the man and you're in the relationship. In a polygynous relationship, you must have contracts and a full understanding, because as you said, you notice things start changing. Wait, we didn't want to do it this way. Wait a minute. When we first started, this is how it was. So that's a great point. And that's with monogamous marriage as well. When you come in, you said we're going to be this way, and maybe you didn't. Everyone, I think, should have some tenets to follow in their marriage, whether it's monogamy or polygyny. You need to sit down and say, okay, you're going to do this way. I'm going to do this way. We're going to do this together. And that way you can always go back to not just the marriage contract from the court, but you can go back and say, can we go over our contract where you said you do this and that? That's a great point. So yes, things change. We change things as we go to be able to survive. Because honestly, Sarah, so many women have tried polygyny in the West, especially through religion. Hebrew Israelite women that I've met, I'm talking about our people. Mormons do it, but a lot of sisters, they've been abused. Women have been, walked all over.
Wow, that's crazy. I forgot I said that, Angel. Did you hear that? So, yeah, I just said that to them. A lot of women that I've counseled have been abused. I didn't even think about that once I saw you say it. I just remembered. Now I remember, obviously, that I said it.
Told, if you do this in your marriage.
I want to go back.
Women that I've met, I'm talking about our people. Mormons do it, but a lot of sisters, they've been abused. Women have been, walked all over, told, you have to work. That's another one of the myths. Some men tell women, we need to pull and this isn't, if you do this in your marriage, do it. But when a man tells you, you're going to work, she's going to work, I'm going to work, and we have.
Well, if you stumbled on it by accident, don't forget to subscribe. I hope to see you back on the channel. And hopefully we'll do a part 2. Maybe we could even bring you in if it's a decent enough hour and you can jump in the panel and speak to us. So thank you for coming in. I just want to tell the sister that. Thank you. Okay, let me just finish this. I'm almost done with this. I just want to finish my part and watch what Cassatt says.
Have to do it where we bring all our money together, and that's gonna be why I'm doing poly. Now that's a great way to live. I don't think it's wrong, but it should not be something that you're told as a woman, this is why we need to do poly, because we all have different incomes and we bring it together. No, this is what I stand on. If you want to have an extra wife, you need to take care of us. I need to be comfortable, not just struggling, not just scooting by, not me paying half the bills. I need to be comfortable, and I need to be able to make a choice. I choose to give you money, but I don't have to. So I don't know. I kind of went into that because a lot of people come into polygyny and say, the woman has to also contribute to the finance. And that's one of the most egregious for me. I think that's the worst, because what are you getting as a woman? Let's be honest. What it's a give and take. I do believe that men innately by God were designed to have more than one woman. But I know that as a woman, I'm not just going to be, what do I get? You get to have multiple wives. I can take care. I'm gonna tell you this. I can take care of my babies myself. You understand? Like at the end of the day, I can take care of my babies. My mom took care. I'm talking about a woman can take care of her babies herself. I'm not saying without a husband. I want to clarify that, because they'll tell you, you need an extra hand, baby. That's why I want an extra wife. So when I said I can take care of my babies myself, I'm clarifying. I'm saying you don't need a nanny. You don't want to need to give your husband a wife because you need a nanny. Or you could take care of your children yourself, or you could hire a nanny. That's not a good selling point, so to speak, for men to say to you. And when I said you need to take care of me, the reason I go super extreme is because when a woman walks into a marriage, a man should also know, if you want to have all these wives, you're going to have to be responsible for all these wives in every way. Does that mean that a woman shouldn't be able to help her husband in the business? No, I always say this, and I do this in my personal life. All of us do. Well, all of my family. If you're going to be a wife, start a business. You already have all the heads. You don't have to bring anybody in. Start a business. Work at the business. So you are contributing. You're not just kicking back eating bonbons. And like, is it my turn tonight, honey? Okay, I'm just going to finish watching this season 4 of Real Housewives. No. But he needs to know, okay, you're doing polygyny. Okay, you're responsible for all of us. You're not going to rely. That's what I'm trying to say. You can say, I want multiple wives, and I'm going to rely on your income. Make that make sense. Think of the resentment. So let me get this straight. I would say, you want to do polygyny. She makes $15,000 a year. You make 70. I make 60. But we're supposed to split everything 3 ways? No, she's going to resent that woman. No, it's not going to be, but she loves her. She's a great sister wife. It might, but I'm talking about this, what you can expect. I'm not talking about miracles and anomalies and outliers. I'm talking about just the way things work. She's already getting in bed with your husband. You think it's not going to be like, and maybe she doesn't even have a job. You can't come in as a man saying, I'm going to rely on everybody's income. No, you have to say, listen, ladies, I'm doing polygyny. This is my income. I can do this, this, and that for you. That's it. That's my cap. Do you want to do it or not? You can't be like, but no, I'm going to do this. I've seen so many, you'd be surprised how many men want to do polygyny with their wives and then rely on their wives to take care of the family. It's dumbfounding. It is dumbfounding. So that is why I bring that up. It's a big problem. 8 children. A lot of women have a lot of children. What really am I gaining? What really am I gaining? You need to pay attention to me. You need to love these women all the same. I want the romantic night like Susie Q got it. I want the vacation on the beach, just like my sister Kasati or Neeks got it. So that makes a man sit back and go, oh yeah, I was pointing out like some scenarios like what the other sister said earlier. And you can't remember, you're not living outside of your means. When I say I want this, people are doing it in the bush. So it's possible. When I'm joking a little bit about the goat, but hey, goats are a currency. We're there. So it's not like if one woman gets it, if she gets a goat, I get a goat. If she gets a house, you better have somewhere for me that I'm calling my house by myself. I mean, without me having to share her house. I mean, think about it. You're thinking about women and women's personalities. I'm talking to the men. You have a woman who doesn't have a home.
She's living in an apartment. She's renting. And then you bought a house for another woman? How do you think that one's going to feel? Well, she could get her own house. She's independent, but you're her husband. Why did you buy a house for one wife and then the other wife? Well, she doesn't want to leave out of her apartment. No, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. You are doing things wrong. Figure a better way out where nobody feels resentful. Why did you get her something and you didn't get me something? Because you said you don't want to move to Alaska. It doesn't matter. Don't get a house in Alaska for her. Save up the money to get us all something, or don't get us anything. Buy some land that is yours, not hers. That's in your name. And then tell us you can come live on the land. You get what I'm saying? Like, my point is, everything has to be equal. Now, it doesn't have to be a big purchase like land. It could be a small purchase. I said this before. You bought her a spa package. Why didn't you buy me a spa package? Well, baby, you don't like spa. I don't care. We're women. We nitpick. We get petty, and we should. That's not the point. You didn't ask me. I did ask you. You didn't tell me you were getting her one. We're petty. Oh, so if I would have told you that I'm getting her one, you would have said yes? Yeah, exactly. I would have said yes. Because you're getting her an $800 spa package. But baby, I asked if you wanted it. I said no because I wanted to save you some money. Then I saw that you bought her one. Oh no, I want one now. And then he laughs, gives you a kiss, and he buys you a spa package. If he doesn't have enough money to do that, hold on, y'all. Then why the hell what are you doing buying spa packages when you know you can't afford $1,600 of spa packages? You have to be able to afford $1,600 of spa packages. Or don't buy anybody a spa pack. Nobody gets a spa package. That's what parents do. Okay, if y'all are going to fight, nobody's getting anything. I'm not getting. Men have to move that way in polygyny. It's kind of, oh, well.
Oh, this is real. And by the way, never, ever, ever, ever let a man come into, if you meet a married man and he says, oh, my wife is okay with polygyny, never take the word from him. You must say, okay, I want to sit down with her. I want to meet her. I want to respect her. So there's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, that was a real right there. We wouldn't have to do that in part two. I'm going to leave it there because that is really important. Never just him telling you, oh yeah, I'm a polygynist and yeah, I want to do poly. My wives are good. Just make sure that you sit it, and obviously you're going to meet the wives if he's doing it correctly. And it'll work out. Yes, it is. I like that comment. It's a beautiful time to be in the land of the living. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. In fact, some wives are more suited for work. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Thank you for that comment. So anyway, I'm going to leave it at that part. I'll do part two. I'll leave it there. I want y'all to see Cassappy come back though at me. Damn, she was battling with me. I mean, I don't get when people don't really know about stuff and then they see somebody who says, okay, I'm experienced with this, and they still want to challenge you on it. And everybody, I'm not there's some people who are drawn to me and my services and my mindset, and I help them. And then some people say, no, I don't like the way she does that. Like, obviously, Cassappy wouldn't come to me for any type of expert advice on polygyny. However, she doesn't even know. I don't even think she said polygyny at first. I think she said polygamy. So that tells me, but you're not even you're not qualified as I am to give advice on this. So watch what she comes back and says.
That like you said, someone said my saying. I think it was Sanuka unpack. But I'm going to hand it over back to you. Mute out for a minute and let you ladies just discuss all that I've thrown out. Just let me know. I want to get some more feedback. What you think about it? You don't have to agree on it. But what do you think about, like what Sarah said, the difference between the traditional and the more realistic, westernized polygyny that that is now being presented? I'm not the only one presenting it this way. What do you think about that?
Yeah, if I can.
Hi there.
Agree.
Okay.
To me, it seems very hard to do in the West. I'm not saying, I mean, obviously you have examples and you meet people that are doing it, but to me.
Oh yeah, that's not Cassapph. She's normal. So let me just leave it. She gave a great response, but I'm gonna stop sharing this because it's been a minute. Thank you so much for staying with me. It's been 4 hours, God. How did I do this? Because I love you. No, it's really cool to actually connect. And I want you to please like, subscribe. Please like. I need to get an algorithm more. Neglecting my channel. Poor baby. Mama's here. So please like, subscribe, and share, and send people over here if you think this would be great content for them. And yeah, I just thought I might address this. Damn, 4 hours. Oh, I was going to do some studies and just play the video, but of course I had to do the commentary. D says, "Oh, thank you. Stay beautiful, and all your lessons are appreciated. Much love." And I'm assuming that this is I don't know, that's kind of an androgynous name. So whoever it is, thank you. Much love, and I'm sending all the greetings of love, all the love and light to you. All of you are the darkest minds of the light. That means you're profoundly deep. That's get it. That's too. That's what is it? Superfluous? Is that the word? Damn, my brain. Superfluous. Who just texted me? The Samuel Jackson. He was texting me at this hour. I know who it is. Only one person has my phone number. That'll be my husband. Yep. Oh. Oh. Okay. So, peace to all of you, and hopefully I'll get this done next time. Don't forget to tune in for my debate. I should show that real quick. I got to always advertise the debate. I have a debate coming up. It is on June 24th. Where are you, Mel? If you're listening, I don't know if you're tuned in, but I want to give you a wrench. Where are you? Are you listening? I have a sister of mine in the UK. I hope you come in. She's probably busy working. Shadah, let's see here. Okay, this is my debate coming up. Let me get it. Oh, Lord. Okay, where is it? There's some music to it, but okay. I don't know. Some of it is like, okay. I don't like the one that says drag Nick. Here it is. I'll do this one. Nah, not that one. I'm in a different vibe now with her. Anyway, I'm going to share this and just keep it quiet so you can just see the flyer. Share screen. Nick and Napah. Here it is. Okay, so here it is. This is the debate that I'm going to be doing. Christina and Nick versus NapahShadah, and the topic is the Kemetic priesthood the prototype of the Levitical priesthood? Is it? Well, we'll find out on June 24th at 7 p.m. Tickets are $25. That's a real steal. Peace, my brother. Peace to you, King Shah. Shout out to you, King Shah. Please go subscribe to his channel. Much love to you. And of course, my angel, Tasia, died forever. Please go subscribe to King Shah's channel. He does all types of activism. Relentless, hardworking leader in the community. Always taking care of everybody. So much love to you. Yeah, Grand Rising. We're getting ready to go. I'm about to head out. But thank you for joining. What was I gonna do? Oh, I'm putting this in here. Here's the link if you want to join us on June 24th. That's in about 20 days. So almost 3 weeks, not even. Please join us. Why am I not sharing that? What is the problem? Oh, please join us for the debate, and it will be worth your while. The best $25 you ever spent all year, I bet. And I bet you. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I didn't study today. Actually, I wasn't even gonna study. I was just working on my PowerPoint, and I just I didn't do it. So, and of course it's Sunday, so I could just probably obviously sleep in. We appreciate you, Queen Well. And you know what? I absolutely appreciate that you appreciate me. Thank you so much, Militant Bro. Everyone who's supporting me. I feel like I'm getting a lot more love and patience and love and support from the community. Maybe it's just me that I'm thinking that, and maybe it's because I just have changed something about myself. Who knows? But I really appreciate all of you. Don't forget to like the video. It doesn't cost anything, and it takes very little effort. All right, so I hope you like the playback and the commentary. I kind of, you know me, I'm all over. I'm a Gemini, so my mind is like all over the place, but it's controlled chaos. And hopefully I'll do a part 2. All right, I love you all. I love you all. Peace to all the darkest minds of the light. Have a beautiful Sunday. It's Sunday, right? Peace.